Hello, dear listener. I'm glad you're here. Wherever you are right now, lying in bed, resting on the couch, or simply needing a moment of stillness, this reading is for you. The world asks so much of us, but God, He invites us to rest. Tonight, you'll hear His word read slowly and softly, scripture that speaks of peace, of trust, of being held by the one who never sleeps, so that you can. Before we begin, if you'd like to make this a regular part of your nights, please subscribe. It means more than you know. Now let everything else fade away. Breathe and receive. Psalm 91. Whoever takes shelter in the quiet of the Most High, who rests in the shadow of the Almighty, finds a refuge that never closes its door. When you draw near and let your shoulders lower, know that you are covered by a calm that does not depend on the hour or on the turn of events. Say to yourself now, this place holds me. It is safer than any hurried thought. You will not fear the sudden alarms that come in the night, those sharp waking moments when your heart races and questions crowd in, because the one who watches over you keeps you from harm even while you sleep. You will find protection from the hidden snares and the loud storms of life. The quiet peace that settles here is stronger than any plan the world might bring against you. If pestilence or trouble move like a shadow through a season, the shelter remains a steady roof. No terror by day will steal your rest, no arrow by night will reach the corner where you lay your head. You will walk through the worst of it and come through without being overwhelmed. You will stand and breathe because a hand steadier than your own is along your path. Angels are given to keep watch. Think of gentle companions moving softly at the edge of your sleep, clearing the way of stumbling blocks, guiding your steps and holding a lamp to every turning where you might lose your balance. They will carry you through the dark patches and place you gently upon sure ground. Because you have trusted in this care, you will be lifted up. You will be answered when you call, drawn into a closer hush where rescue feels like the gentle correction of a parent turning a child to their chest. You will be filled with long, unhurried days that are not measured only by tasks, but by a steady presence that gives meaning to each moment, and you will see kindness in the small things. A cup warmed, a door opened, the soft tone of a friend who speaks your name. The promise rests not on what you do to earn it, but on the invitation to rest here, to make this quiet your dwelling, and to let fear dissolve into trust. So as you lie back and close your eyes, breathe in the steadiness of these words and breathe out the tension. Let the knowledge of being guarded move like a gentle tide through your chest. If troubling images come, imagine them passing by like clouds across a broad sky, while the sun of this shelter remains unmoved. The Lord is your refuge. Stay near and you will discover a calm that outlasts the night. If these verses calm you, you can always come back. Subscribe and return here anytime. John 14. Do not let your heart be troubled. Trust in me and trust in the path I show. I am going ahead to make a place for you, and I promise that where I am, you will find a resting place too. When the time comes, I will return and take you with me, so that you may be where I am. You know the way that leads there, and if you need direction, remember that I am the way that brings you home, the truth that settles restless questions, and the life that keeps your spirit warm. If you know me, then you know the one who sent me, and if you would ask for anything that honors our connection, I will hear you. Even more than asking, be near. Speak with me as you would to a friend, and let your requests be shaped by love and care. I will not leave you alone. I will send a helper who stays with you, a quiet companion to remind you of what I have taught, to bring peace when worry rises, to guide your steps in gentle tones, and to make my presence known in the small, steady moments of your life. Though the world around you may be loud and confusing, remember that peace comes from being close to me. I give you a peace that remains, not the kind the world tries to offer, that fades with circumstances. Let that peace settle into your chest like a calm breath. Do not let fear or doubt take the place where tranquility belongs. You have heard me say this before so that your quiet can grow. When sorrow visits, I will turn that sorrow into joy. When you have been shaken, I will hold you steady. When your mind wanders to lists and fears, bring it back to me and lay it down. In coming to rest with me, keep my words with you. Remain in what is simple and true. Let our shared love be your anchor, and let the memory of our time together be a lamp to your feet in the middle of the night. Whoever loves me will keep my way, and my Father will love them. We will be near, and our presence will become a home within you. I will not speak about leaving you without offering a promise. I will return and gather you, and the house of the Spirit I prepare will be a place where you can pause, breathe, and be healed. While you wait, carry this small truth. You are not chasing after something distant. You are already known, already invited, already held. When you pray, speak simply. When you listen, be still. And when questions arise, bring them to me without hurry. I know the place where your thoughts grow restless, and the corners where your fear hides. Hand those places gently to me, and let me fold them into the quiet of my presence. In the days to come, you will show the same care to others, not by loud gestures, but by the way you remain calm in the middle of noise, by how your steady peace steadies another's breath. Greater things await those who stay close, not by striving but by resting in trust and letting my Spirit guide their hands toward acts of mercy and steady courage. Tonight, if your mind grows heavy with what tomorrow might bring, remind yourself of this safe path and walk it slowly in your thoughts. Breathe in the certainty of being loved, breathe out the tension and fear, and know that every small worry can find rest here. Let my words move like a gentle river through your thinking, smoothing sharp edges, quieting alarms, reminding you that you are accompanied. I will not leave you alone. I send comfort, I bring steadiness, and I keep a place ready for you. Let that truth slowly become the last thing you hold as sleep begins, softer than a lullaby and truer than any passing thought. Rest now and trust the way that leads to home. Psalm 23. Rest now and listen, as if a familiar voice is walking beside you, steady and sure. The Lord is your shepherd, the one who knows your name and keeps watch over the small and hidden corners of your day. There is nothing you lack when you let him lead. Imagine being guided into soft fields where the grass bends gently beneath your feet, into green pastures that invite you to lay down and let every muscle loosen. He leads you beside quiet waters, waters that mirror the sky and hush the noise inside your head. And there in the hush, your breath finds a natural, easy rhythm. He restores you. When weariness has gathered like a heavy cloak, he reaches out and lifts it, returning your spirit to its first calm pace. He guides you along paths that are right and familiar in the heart, not paths of frantic searching, but roads that bring you back to what is true and steady. Even when a shadow passes close the valley of difficulty or fear, do not be afraid. His presence moves with you, and his quiet authority comforts you. Think of the shepherd's rod and staff, simple, trusted tools, and let that steadiness wrap around you like a hand at your shoulder, gentle but unshakable. Picture a table set before you in the middle of a place that once felt threatening. Your enemies or worries may be near, but still a place is prepared, a sign that abundant care arrives even amid what would unsettle you. Your head is anointed with oil, a warm and fragrant blessing, and your cup overflows with good things that deepen and stretch through the moments of your life. Goodness and mercy are not distant ideas. They follow you every day, not as a quick passing, but like faithful footsteps that match your pace and lighten the road behind you. There is a promise here of a home, a dwelling place with the one who watches over you, a space to rest, to be known, to settle more deeply than the surface of your worries allows. Let these images settle in your chest. Pastures, gentle waters, a guiding hand, a table prepared, an overflowing cup, goodness and mercy close beside you, a house that welcomes you in. Breathe in, imagining each image filling you with warmth. Breathe out, releasing the tightness and fuss of the day. If your mind begins to list concerns, bring it back to the shepherd's presence, naming one small thing and placing it like a pebble into his care. There is no hurry here. The rhythm is slow and sure. Stay with the feeling of being led and held. Let the steady scenes become the backdrop of your thoughts until they quiet like leaves settling on still water. Tonight, let this promise be the last thing you hold. His peace moving through you like a steady tide, your heart assured that you are tended, that your steps are guided, and that a home of rest is waiting. Keep breathing with the images, soft and unbroken, and allow sleep to come as a natural next step in this calm keeping. Psalm 139. You are known in the quiet places of your mind. Imagine someone who has watched over every beginning of you, who traced the first whisper of who you are and kept count of each small turning of your heart. He knows the map of your days even before you name them, the secret corners where your worries gather, the bright spots where gratitude lifts. There is nowhere your thoughts can hide from this gentle attention, not the high places where you try to stand taller, not the low places where you shrink and wish for invisibility. Whether your mind drifts into the bustle of daylight or wanders in the hush of night, that presence is with you, listening steady. Picture the hands that shaped you as a craftsman shaping something lovely and valuable, each part formed with care, each breath given and named. When you feel small or unseen, breathe in the quiet truth that you are remembered. Breathe out the sense of isolation and let it fall away. Let the steady knowledge that nothing about you is unknown be a soft lamp by your bedside. Your worries, your wonders, your mistakes, and your hopes are all known and still met with care. Ask that presence to search the hidden places where stubborn fears take root. Imagine him sweeping light across those corners, gently revealing what needs healing and covering what is tender with compassion. Feel the tenderness that counts your days and guides your steps. In that knowing, let your shoulders loosen, your jaw unclench, your breath slow. Stay here a while, with the calm that comes from being fully seen and deeply loved, and let sleep come like the closing of a trusted hand over a day well held. Isaiah 40. Comfort. Comfort. Hear it like a soft voice carried across a field. The strong arms are not absent. There is a word of reassurance that moves toward you, a message that smooths the furrow between your brows and makes room for rest. Imagine every sharp worry being rolled into a slow, steady rhythm, as if a great voice were preparing a gentle road straight for you, leveling the stones so your feet can find easy ground. Notice how the heat and hurry of life look smaller when set beside an endless sky. People are like grass beneath the sun, brief and beautiful, and yet the one who watches them does not tire. His care never fades. The word he speaks lasts beyond the busyness. It is a promise that outlives the noise and settles into a deep calm. If your strength feels used up, consider the offer to be renewed, to exchange your impatience and strain for a steadiness that comes from hope. Those who wait, not in anxious plotting but in quiet confidence, will find fresh wings. Like eagles they will rise, catching a current that lifts them beyond dragging worry. When you are heavy, picture being carried gently, supported where muscles fail, guided where vision blurs. Trust that help arrives in the shape of quiet endurance, patience that outlasts fleeting fear. Let these images move through you like a cool breeze across a fevered brow. Breathe in the promise that you will not be left to wander alone. Breathe out the tightness and hurry, and allow the assurance of unchanging strength to draw your thoughts toward sleep. Romans 8. There is no condemnation for those who rest their lives in this care. Even when the world points fingers and the mind rehearses old regrets, place those weights down and know you are met with a love that refuses to tally your failures. The life of the Spirit breathes into the places where breath has grown thin, turning anxious lists into hushed trust, turning frantic striving into patient waiting. Think of your deepest ache and let it be held in the wide and tender purposes that work all things towards something good. Not a rushed solution, but a steady shaping in which every small sorrow and every fragile hope is gathered together and given meaning. When fear whispers that you are alone, remember this: nothing in height or depth, nothing in the present rush or the shadow of tomorrow, Nothing in any power that tries to separate you can undo the bond of this love. Picture every barrier falling away like mist, each one dissolving as you rest in the certainty that you are accompanied and preserved. Consider the gentle confidence that comes when you know your future is watched over by hands both wise and kind. Let that confidence soften the edge of tonight's worries. Allow yourself to be still, to feel the steady beat of belonging that undercuts isolation, and sleep with the quiet conviction that you are claimed, cared for, and carried into the dawn. Psalm 103. Bless the heart that remembers kindness, and let your spirit join in the slow song of gratitude. Recall how mercies have come when you scarcely noticed, how forgiveness has lightened loads you thought unliftable, how healing has arrived in small, ordinary ways. Imagine a warm hand touched to your brow, easing fevered thoughts. Picture aches that once pinched you loosening under a steady kindness that never keeps a record of wrongs. Think of compassion like a father's steady embrace, wide enough to hold mistakes and gentle enough to hush a trembling soul, and let that image become a blanket over your fears. The days you count as ordinary are threaded with grace. Each breath is a reminder that goodness is busily following you, not in loud proclamations but in soft openings. A neighbor's smile, a door that opens when you needed it, a moment of light on a gray afternoon. Let your heart catalogue these small mercies as you lie back. In doing so, you invite a quiet joy to settle, a contentment that outlasts circumstance. Picture the distance between guilt and freedom being measured not by what you earn, but by a love that reaches farther than your failures. Let that widen and breathe through you. Rest in the thought that mercy is not a one-time gift, but a companion for your nights and your mornings, and allow sleep to come wrapped in the assurance that you are forgiven, restored, and gently kept. Isaiah 55. Come close and listen. There is an open invitation that requires no hurry, no final list of achievements. Come to the gentle table where thirst is met, not with demand, but with bread and water freely given. Let your appetite for answers fall away for a moment, and notice how a simple call to seek and return can steady a racing heart. Seek what brings true rest while the quiet hour is near. Call out, and you will be met with a tenderness that delights in your searching. Leave behind the worn paths that exhaust you. Trade the brittle plans that never satisfy for a way that fills you from the inside out. Hear the promise that God's thoughts are broader than your worry, and His ways lift above the narrow compass of tonight's fretfulness. They move like rain that softens the dust and makes fields bloom when you thought only hardship remained. Taste and see the goodness that waits beyond bargaining, the steady cadence of mercy that keeps being kind, the steadfastness that does not count faults but pours life into weary places. Imagine your concerns set down at the doorway and feel the unforced rhythm of a life shaped by steady grace, longer breath, quieter mind, a future held by hands larger than any fear. As you lie back, let the words wash gentle and slow over you. Come, seek, listen. Find a feast for the soul that will not run out. Let the promise that new life is waiting become a soft horizon in the dark, and breathe in the assurance that every small regret and restless question can be given over to a wisdom that brings healing in its own time. Psalm 46. Be still and know that in the heart of tumult there is a refuge, a place you can hide your worries where strength meets you like an old friend. Imagine a city whose foundations are held secure, even when the mountains tremble, even when the busiest places fall silent. Here, a presence remains, steady and unshaken. When the world roars like the surf and the loud alarms of life clatter at your door, remember that the quiet center does not panic. Picture the one who dwells with you as a shelter and a safe pulse beneath the frantic beat. His nearness is a sanctuary that does not bow to the day's fears. Let your shoulders fall and your gaze soften as you picture a calm river winding through the center of your unrest, carrying away the heat and leaving the cool. Here you can breathe slowly, and watch your breath set the pace for a heart that wants gentleness. In that hush, you can hear the small, clear voice that says simply, "Be still, I am here." Stay with that stillness. Let it hold you through the hours until sleep gathers you like dusk drawing down on a field. John 10:1-18. Consider the image of a shepherd who knows every step his sheep take, who calls with familiar words that cut through the clamor of the night. When you hear that voice, you relax because it is the voice that has tended you before and continues to seek you now. Imagine wandering thoughts like strangers at the gate, voices that would lure you into worry. But the shepherd's call is different. It brings you back. He leads with steady hands to pastures that quiet the appetite for panic, beside waters that smooth the ripples of a restless mind. Know that there is a promise of protection in that leadership. The shepherd stands at the gate, not distant but immediate, guarding the threshold where fear tries to press in. He walks ahead and yet stays near. He knows the path home and carries a heart willing to give itself for those who follow. Rest in the thought that you are recognized, not treated as a number but as one beloved to the point of laying down life itself. Let that care press soft and warm into the places that ache. When voices clamor with doubt, listen instead for the tone that calls your name, and trust the way that brings you back into safety, into the slow rhythm of belonging. 2 Corinthians 4-5. Think of your inward self as a treasure kept in a fragile vessel, not to frighten you, but to remind you that what is precious can be carried gently despite outward wear. Even when your visible life shows signs of strain, there is an unseen renewing that works quietly inside, mending and making whole in ways you may not notice until the morning. Place the heavy lists and the small defeats into a box you can close for the night. They are seen, but they do not have the last word. The present troubles are temporary weather, across a brilliant sky that still holds the sun. They are light in comparison to the bright horizon of hope that is being shaped. Breathe with the assurance that your true dwelling is not merely this changing day, but a place prepared beyond sight, and let that promise loosens the grip of immediate anxieties. Walk softly through the night with the knowledge that you are being transformed, step by quiet step, into a shape of peace. And that faith, the simple trust in what you cannot fully measure, steadies you like a lamp in a long corridor. Allow the thought that you are seen and called to live for what lasts to move through your chest, smoothing sharp edges, turning the mind from fret to gentle courage. Psalm 121. Lift your eyes inward for a moment, as if glancing toward the high places where help seems to come from beyond your own strength. The steady truth is that help is near and keeps watch over the smallest movements of your life. Picture hands that do not slumber nor sleep. They focus on your leaving and your return, the tiny comings and goings of a day that might otherwise feel overlooked. When the night brings worries about safety, or the morning brings a crowded to-do list, remember there is a careful eye that does not miss the turning of your steps. Imagine your path being guarded from the slipping places and the stumbling stones. A quiet vigilance surrounds you, so even the edges of your routine are steadied. Let that watchful care be the soft curtain that eases the rush of thought. You are accompanied in the simplest acts, the inches of progress, the small breaths. You are kept. As you settle, let these gentle images be the last thing you hold, the lift of help, the unblinking watch, the constant guide, and breathe into the peace of being watched over with unfailing tenderness. Philippians 4:4-9. Rejoice in the Lord always. Let that be the soft rhythm beneath everything you think tonight, an easy pulse that does not demand loud celebration, but asks only for a quiet returning. Be gentle in the way you carry yourself toward others and toward your own restless thoughts. Let a simple kindness govern your breath and soften the jaw, reminding you that gentleness is a shelter as much as it is a way to live. Do not be anxious about anything. Instead, fold each worry into a single small action. Lift it up in prayer, name it with a steady voice, and place it on the gentle shelf of thankfulness. When you bring these things, do so with gratitude, allowing each request to arrive wrapped in thanks for what has already been given, for the small mercies of the day and the constant presence that has not left you. As you breathe, imagine those petitions turning into a light that moves through the chest, and feel how the act of entrusting makes room where tension once sat tight. And then let a peace that transcends understanding keep guard over your heart and your thinking. Picture it as a calm sentry that quiets the worrying loops and smooths the quick edges of fright. As your mind slows, settle on things that are true, facts that steady you like a known road, things that are honorable, things that lift rather than drain, things that are just and right, images that do not twist the world into sharper angles, things that are pure, clean waters where thoughts can float without stain, things that are lovely, small, quiet beauties that do not demand an answer but bring a restful smile, things of good report, stories that remind you of steady goodness, things in which there is virtue and praise, acts and memories that are like soft prayers themselves. Let these be the matters you turn over gently and repeatedly, like a familiar stone warmed by the sun. Hold it up, feel its weight, and know its steady certainty. Practice what you have learned and received and heard and seen in quiet moments before. Allow the memory of faithful words and gentle examples to shape the way you breathe tonight. Things you have seen lived out, simple acts of care, a steady word offered in a hard hour. Let those be the models your mind rests on now. Let your thoughts follow those shapes instead of chasing the sharp fragments of fear. If there are scores in your mind, place them down. If there are long lists, fold them closed. If there are conversations that replay like restless birds, imagine a window closing between you and those echoes and feel the room settle. Turn attention instead to the steady facts of presence and promise, that your voice has been heard, that your small requests are not too small to be held, that gratitude opens your hands to receive more calm. Breathe in slowly and with intention, naming one gentle thing with each in-breath, maybe a face you love, maybe a kindness you received, maybe the soft pattern of rain on a remembered roof, and breathe out the tightness, letting it loosen and fall away like dead leaves from a quiet branch. Let each breath be a small prayer. Here is what troubles me. Here is what I give thanks for. Here is what I trust into care. Allow the promise of a peace beyond understanding to be the steady guard at the gate of your thoughts, keeping out the urgent alarms and the tiny tyrannies of night. Imagine that peace as a warm, slow current that moves through your limbs and into the hollows where worry used to live. Watch as it fills those places, not all at once but in patient waves, until the landscape of your inner life looks simpler and softer. Stay with the images that fit the virtues you are asked to think about, truth, beauty, goodness, and let them become the small, repeated music that hushes louder noises. Remember the faces and words that mirrored these qualities for you. Let their memory be a pillow for your mind. As you move towards sleep, rehearse a few short phrases from life that reflect what you now choose to hold. A sentence of thanks, a phrase of trust, the name of someone who showed you care. Say them quietly, slowly, allowing them to settle like a soft blanket. Know that doing this is not a magic trick, but a simple discipline that trains your heart to inhabit peace. The God of peace will be with you. Hold that sentence like a small lamp as you lie back. Let it illuminate the immediate dark without harshness, a gentle leniency that shows there is room to rest. If your thoughts still spin, return to a single steady action, counting breaths, naming one small blessing, whispering a quiet trust, and keep coming back without frustration. There is no rush, no abrupt command to silence, only a continual invitation to place one more thing into care, and to notice with slow gratitude how your chest relaxes a little more each time. Stay here as long as you need, breathing, remembering, practicing the simple good things, letting the promise of presence and peace become the last voice you hear before sleep takes the rest of your day. Psalm 34. Taste and see that the presence you seek is gentle and true. Begin by settling in a comfortable position, and imagine a slow, inviting table laid out in a quiet room. Simple bread, a cup of cool water, an open space for your feet. And here, as if by a friendly voice at your shoulder, an encouragement to bless the one who draws near. Let your breathing match that welcome. Breathe in the calm of being noticed. Breathe out the small tightness that has been gathering all day. Remember a time when a kind word eased a hard place, and let that memory be a small proof that goodness reaches you. As you think of those moments, allow them to multiply like little lanterns along a dark path, each one making the way easier to walk. When fear whispers that you are too small for care, bring to mind the simple truth that the one who watches over you hears each quiet calling. The ear that bends toward your prayer is not distant, but attentive, listening to the rhythm of your breath and the turning of your heart. Picture deliverance not as a dramatic rescue, but as a hand reaching through a window of worry and drawing you backward into steady ground, placing you where you can stand again without strain. If shame or a past hurt clutches at your chest, imagine those edges softening as mercy comes close, not to make excuses for pain, but to fold it into a gentler shape where healing can begin. Consider the humble hope that is offered freely. Look for the small things that restore. A neighbor's smile, the warmth of sunlight on the sill, a song that hums like a memory, and allow gratitude to gather quietly in the space where fret once lived. There is a safety in seeking refuge in the one who is near. Think of a net that holds up even when your steps falter, a shelter where whispers of panic are met by a calm that does not rush you. Your face will be turned upward, and light will come that steadies more than it dazzles, a light that welcomes the tired and the small, and does not demand achievement in order to be close. Angels, if you imagine them, move not with clamor but with soft feet, placing gentle care where stumbling might happen, covering the hidden corners of the night with watchful tenderness. As you listen, name one small thing that weighs on you and give it a single breath. Breathe in and say its name. Breathe out and imagine placing it on the table beside you. Let that action repeat with patience until the habit of unloading becomes easy. Fear of people, fear of failure, fear of what tomorrow might bring. Let each be touched by the quiet answer that you are not alone, that there is a presence who will rescue the contrite heart and rescue the one who is humble in spirit. Take comfort in the understanding that being near this care reshapes how you see the world. Danger is not always removed, but you are changed in the midst of it, steadied by a strength that makes walking through hard places possible. When your mind rummages through old lists and restless what-ifs, return gently to a single phrase, "I am heard," and let it become a small anchor. As that phrase settles, draw your awareness to the body. Let shoulders drop, unclench the jaw, smooth the forehead. Feel the steadiness that comes when outward muscles reflect an inward truth. In that posture, imagine being sustained, not because you have earned a place of rest, but because care chooses you. Rest as a gift that arrives in the ordinary, not only in the dramatic. Taste the goodness of the one who knows how to satisfy hunger that is deeper than appetite. A hunger for meaning, for belonging, for quiet. And trust that such satisfaction comes slowly and fully, like the flavor that lingers after a well-cooked meal, not rushed, but savored. Let the image of a faithful companion walk beside you, someone who knows your name and calls it softly in the dark, who turns toward you when you stumble and offers a hand without reproach. When anxious thoughts press, imagine them as leaves on a stream. Notice them, but do not clutch them. Watch them float by while you stay on the bank wrapped in a calm blanket, warmed by the nearness that does not demand immediate fixing. The one who hears will also rescue. Think of rescue as a steady unfolding rather than a sudden fix, a careful gathering of fragments into a shape that can breathe. There is an invitation to fear the Lord, not a terror that tightens the chest, but a reverent trust that directs the heart toward what is life-giving. To respect and rely on that presence is to walk in ways that keep your steps quieter and your nights softer. Keep breathing with the rhythm of trust. Inhale the assurance that you are watched over, Exhale the tendency to spin into worst-case pictures. If your thoughts wander to the weight of small betrayals or lost chances, allow them to pass through the soft lens of mercy. Imagine light pouring into neglected corners, warming them until even the ache seems usable again, reshaped into something that can teach rather than only wound. Let your memory gather the simple good things you have seen, an offered hand, a steady look, a meal shared, and count them slowly, like small coins of comfort you can spend when the night feels long. The one who is near in ways that matter to the little movements of life, hearing the grateful, delivering the frightened, saving in ways both gentle and whole. As you rest with these words, picture a song that will outlast the night, one that begins in gratitude and settles into praise. Let that song form quietly in your chest and carry you to sleep. Know that the Lord's face is turned toward the broken-hearted and the crushed in spirit. If you feel brittle, breathe into that fact and feel a softening, like frost melting beneath a slow sun. This proximity invites a faithful habit, watchful kindness, a tenderness that becomes practice in how you respond to others and to yourself. Let your eyelids grow heavier with each breath, each in-breath filling you with a quiet courage, each out-breath letting go of the small tyrannies that have crowded your evening. Rest in the thought that your prayers are not too small, that an answered cry may look different than you hope, but will come shaped by wisdom and love, and that rescue sometimes arrives as a patient rearrangement of life into healthier rhythms. Stay with the image of being gathered, of being kept in a place where you can let go, where your pulse slows and the mind's loudness diminishes into a background hum. Taste this blessing as if you could hold it on your tongue. A calm that is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of steadiness in the middle of it. Keep breathing, naming one small mercy with each inhale and releasing one tightness with each exhale until the rhythm is familiar and sleep feels like the natural next step. Let the final thought be gentle and sure. You are seen, you are heard, you are cared for. Lie back as if in a friend's arms and let the sheltering hush of this presence carry you into rest. Matthew 6. Come close and let these words fall like a soft blanket across your shoulders. Imagine Jesus speaking as one who knows the ache of an uneasy night and offers a steadying hand. Picture a calm field at dawn where the birds move without hurry, tasting each breath of morning without fretting about the next mouthful. Let their ease settle into you as a tiny lesson. You are free in this moment from the need to plan every detail, free to rest while provision moves around you like a kindly stream. Hear the invitation to pray simply and plainly, to lift up the small things that weigh on your chest with words that need not be ornate. A brief Father that becomes a tether to care, a short craving for help that arrives like a knock at a guest room door and is opened with warmth. Think of the Lord's Prayer as a quiet rhythm to return to. Name your need, ask for daily provision as you would for today's bread. Seek forgiveness not as a ledger, but as a clearing breeze that removes old heaviness, and ask to be kept from the patterns that wear you thin. Then rest in the fact that such small petitions are heard. Imagine the one who hears not as distant, but as a nurturing presence, who notices even the single sparrow and who counts the hairs on your head. Let that careful watching be a balm to the places where worry has set up camp. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow with a soft confidence arrayed without frantic striving. Let their simple beauty teach you that value is not earned by worry, but discovered in being held. Each breath can be a small offering. Breathe in the truth that you are seen. Breathe out the strain of having to fix everything tonight. When your mind begins to inventory possibilities, picture those items as seeds placed gently into the palm of a steady hand. They are not lost, only entrusted. The teaching comes again to seek what truly fills, the kingdom that steadies the heart, a way of living that untangles the urgent from the essential. Chase that, and many of the night's tangles will loosen. If fear rounds your thoughts into tight circles, imagine them unfurling like ropes loosened at a post. Allow them to drape harmlessly at your feet while a simpler attention takes the lead. One small prayer, one remembered kindness, one steady image of care. Let the idea of treasure be reshaped tonight. Store not frantic hoards in the chest of the mind, but gather the soft riches that do not rust, mercy given, quiet courage, a willingness to trust, and feel how thinking this way lightens the load. Hear also the gentle warning about showing off in the dark places of the heart. Instead, let your quiet acts be like embers under a lid, warming without spectacle, and take comfort that true reward comes not from applause, but from being known and sustained. As you lie quietly, practice a few simple motions that echo these teachings. Fold your hands loosely as if in prayer and let your shoulders sink. Close your eyes and picture a table set for today's needs. Not a banquet of anxieties, but a single loaf and a cup, enough for this night. Repeat a short, slow phrase with each breath. I am seen on the in-breath. I am tended on the out-breath. And let these words form a soft rhythm against the louder alarms. Remember that worrying cannot add a single hour to your life. Consider that thought not as a scolding, but as an invitation to return to the present where care is already at work. If your thoughts slide toward lists and shoulds, name one small thing and hand it over. Do it again and again without judgment, like placing stones on a path to be carried by someone stronger. Allow the promise of provision to move from the head into the chest. Feel warmth bloom there, as if a lamp were brought to a shadowed corner, and sense the relief that comes when a heavy coat is folded and put aside. Let the Father's way of seeing be your last awake thought, not the quick tally of successes and failures, but a steady regard that remembers your small needs and meets them in time. As you stay with this, imagine each breath as a small gift arriving now, not some distant supply to be chased. Let gratitude for what you have right now, air to your lungs, a place to lie, a remembered kindness, make room for peace to grow. Practice the tenderness of short prayers, as if you were whispering to someone who leans in. Help me sleep. Hold this worry. Thank you for today. Notice how each whisper loosens the jaw and softens the brow. When questions about tomorrow come like unwelcome guests, picture a door closing gently between you and those imagined troubles, knowing they can be reopened in the light of morning, but need not fill this hour. Return your thoughts to small anchors, the sound of your breathing, the weight of your body on the bed, the pulse at your wrist, a remembered face that brings calm. Let the teaching to seek first what matters be a soft magnet, drawing your attention away from urgent but empty things, and towards steadying truths, love that endures, kindness that heals, trust that grows by small acts. Hold the promise that by choosing this way, you are not escaping responsibility, but finding the rhythm that sustains it. Rest now so you may rise with steadier hands. Breathe slowly, counting if you need to. Each inhale a gentle claim on the present, each exhale a small release of the day's tightness. Picture daylight returning, and with it, fresh clarity. A new set of small tasks that will be met in a calmer frame. For now, the night is a gift, a space to be replenished. Let the images settle, a bird on a branch, lilies in a field, a table with enough bread, a father with an open hand, and let them become the last things you hold as sleep comes. Stay in the hush, breathing the simple words you have been given, allowing them to transform striving into trust, and know that in this quiet, true care is already at work, keeping watch until morning. Hebrews 4. Come close and listen to a quiet invitation that will let your shoulders finally lower and your thoughts find an easy pace. There is a rest prepared, a Sabbath of the soul, where laboring minds can lay down their lists and be held. Hear it as a promise first, not a demand, a gentle word that says you do not have to push through every night by your own wrenching will, for a better keeping waits for those who trust. Let the idea settle like a soft pillow beneath your head. God's work has already made a space where you can be still. You are invited to step out of the hurry, to stop measuring worth by productivity, and to breathe into the truth that rest is part of the good life He offers. Imagine a path that leads away from the bright, frantic lamps of worry into a dimmer, truer light, where each footstep is easier. As your breathing slows, picture the way softening beneath you, the stones smoothed by a steady hand that knows the road. Be mindful of the soft voice that calls, not a scolding shout, but the tone of one who would not force or frighten you, only draw you near. When you hear it, let resistance fall away and follow without explaining yourself. Remember that it is not an empty silence, but a living hush, full of presence. The rest you enter is not sleep that only dulls, but a deep keeping that restores what hurry has thinned. Courage, patience, a heart that remembers how to hope. Allow this resting to be a practice, rather than a prize only earned after perfect performance. Each time you set a worry down and choose to trust, you step more fully into that Sabbath calm. Think of your anxieties like a basket you have carried too long. Set it gently at the doorway of this rest, and feel the relief of not having to lift it again tonight. Know, too, that this rest is not fragile or shallow. It is rooted in mercy and understanding. The word that calls you is living and active, not an abstract rule. It reaches into the secret places where fear curls up and gently reveals what needs tending, offering a balm rather than shame. Picture that living word like a warm hand, tracing away the tightness around your chest, turning sharp edges into something smooth and manageable. You are not left to wrestle in the dark with what unsettles you. There is a compassionate intervener who knows the weight of your nights. Think of Jesus as a gentle high priest who has walked the same paths of weariness and temptation, someone who notices the small things you hide and yet welcomes you without astonishment or condemnation. Imagine approaching a quiet room where he sits with open arms, where his eyes reflect a softness that knows your name and remembers every small struggle, and let that awareness draw out the stubborn clench from your jaw. You may come with questions or with silence. Either way, come as you are and receive mercy that does not tally faults, but gives help exactly where you need it. Feel the permission in that. Permission to be human, to be less than whole tonight, and to be cared for anyway. As you lie back and let the mattress and the quiet of the hour support you, practice coming with confidence to this merciful presence, not in pride, but in the simple trust that asks for help and accepts it. Let each inhale be a receiving of grace, and each exhale a small surrender. Inhale mercy, exhale effort. Inhale welcome, exhale the need to secure every outcome. Know that help comes at the right time to steady you. It is not always dramatic, but it is sure. Picture help arriving like a steady warm tide, bathing the edges of your fretfulness, easing the knots until your limbs soften and your thoughts run out of the tight circles they have traced. Stay with the image of hands that do not judge but steady, and let that steadiness become a rhythm within you, a slow heartbeat that matches the cadence of healing. If the mind insists on listing what remains undone, imagine each item as a small stone placed into a stream. Watch them sink and be carried away, knowing you can pick them up again in the morning if needed. But for now, they are not yours to carry. If regrets or sharp memories come to the surface, allow them to be placed into the same gentle current where they can be seen without dragging you under. They are known, but they do not have to hold you captive. As the night deepens, let the promise of rest widen into hope for the mornings to come. This rest is not an escape from responsibility, but a way to meet it with steadier hands and clearer thought. Imagine waking with muscles relaxed and a mind less cluttered, able to take the next small step with less fear, more kindness, and a steadier courage. Practice the quiet art of returning. Whenever your attention strays to worry, bring it back to the present by naming one small truth. I am invited to rest, and feel how that phrase roots you like a peg in the ground. Breathe slowly with that phrase, letting it sink each time a little deeper until it becomes a background truth you can rely on. Remember, too, that rest is communal. You do not rest alone, but within a presence that understands and keeps you. There is a safe place to unburden, to hand over painful things, to let mercy stitch up ragged edges. Let the softness of that thought lighten your shoulders, and let the weight of accomplishment relax. Tonight, the measure of your value is not what you have done, but who you are in the eyes of the one who calls you to rest. Stay with these images. Let them move like a warm current through your muscles, smoothing from neck to chest to belly, loosening the tight coil of tension until breath flows easy and the mind's alarmed rhythms slow to a gentle pulse. If sleep comes slowly, do not scold yourself. Instead, return patiently to the quiet touching these truths, to the simple act of breathing and being known. The invitation is always open. Come, enter, rest. Come, receive mercy. Come, find help in time of need. Let that refrain be the last sound in your thoughts as you drift, softer each time, until the hush becomes sleep and your body remembers again that you are cared for, steadied, and held in a rest that heals. Psalm 27. The Lord is your light and your salvation. Imagine that like a soft lamp set just within reach, a steady brightness that does not glare but warms the room and shows the next safe steps. When darkness presses close, let this image be your first thought, a gentle light that meets you where you are. Think of him as a secure stronghold, not a distant fortress you must climb toward, but a near place of shelter you can step into without pomp, a quiet room with a low door and a familiar chair where you can lay down the burdens you have been carrying. When fear comes, picture it like a shadow at the edge of the light. It is real enough to notice, but it does not cross into the circle where you sit, because the light holds space around you. There are moments in the night when voices tell you to worry, when images of what might be scream louder than your breath. At those times, draw your awareness back to the simple truth that you are not left to reckon with those things alone. Stay with a thought as small and steady as a pebble. The one who keeps you is both near and strong, able to steady what trembles and to meet you where trembling begins. Imagine coming into a home you know well, the table already set, the cup waiting, a welcome that requires no explanation, and let the comfort of being known sink into your limbs. Let the part of you that wants to perform or to prove itself relax, for tonight you are invited simply to be. Remember a face that made you feel safe as a child, a voice that called you by name with affection, and let that warmth be the background to the other images. You are remembered, you are named, you are invited in. If enemies of doubt and anxiety circle in your thoughts, picture them like weather outside windows. The house of presence keeps you quiet and dry inside, and you can watch the rain without needing to hold an umbrella. Ask for one small, honest thing in the hush, a single need, a single fear named with plain words, and listen for the reply that comes not as a thunderclap, but as a close, measured response, a reassurance that you will not be abandoned, that steadiness will come. Stay a while with the posture of seeking. When your heart yearns to know where safety lies, lift that yearning like a simple, unhurried prayer. Show me your face, and wait without pressing. The waiting is not empty, it is an expectant tending, a bedside watch that softens rather than sharpens the edges of the night. In that watch, imagine being led into a place of instruction not through harsh correction, but by quiet teaching. You are shown how to walk with less haste, how to carry less weight, how to hold one hand over the place where worry tightens and breathe until it loosens. Let the picture of a single lighted room expand so it fills your chest, the sight of a gentle presence that steadies when your feet stumble, the sense that wherever you go, there is a familiar face turning toward you with interest and care. Practice the simple habit of turning your thoughts toward what is faithful. Name one thing you have seen of goodness this week, a soft word, a door opened, a hand given, and let that memory rest like a small stone in your palm. Each time your mind wanders into what-ifs, pick up that stone again and feel its weight. Let its reality ground you. Think of quiet courage as something patient, not loud. Feel it in the slow unfolding of breath, the micro pauses between heartbeats where strength can be gathered without strain. When anger or bitterness tries to rise, notice it without feeding it. Place it gently on the same table as the other small stones and leave it there for morning light to reshape. There is a promise of shelter in the psalm that goes further than personal respite. Picture a table set in the presence of those who might oppose you, a generous meal arranged so that even trouble cannot take away the provision laid before you. This image tells you that care arrives not only when everything looks safe, but also in the middle of the things that would unsettle you. The psalmist's confidence is not boastful but grounded in experience, in nights of fear that became mornings of presence. So lean into the same confidence. Whatever your trouble, it has been faced before and does not have final say. Keep breathing slowly with each image. Inhale the phrase, "You are my light." Let it rest in the body for a count of 3. Exhale and release a single tightness in your shoulders, your jaw, the part of your chest that often holds the night's load. Repeat as needed without hurry. There is a tenderness in the way this presence invites you to dwell in his house all the days of your life, a picture of long-term belonging rather than temporary rescue. Hold that promise close like a blanket, wrapping it around the places where night tries to be loud. If regret or shame presses in, let them be seen without shame for having them. Name them softly and imagine setting them on a bench by the door. They remain noticed, but they do not become the final story of who you are. The psalm asks for instruction and offers a posture of hope. So let learning and waiting be a restful act. Waiting does not mean passivity, but a quiet opening of hands to receive what steadiness will bring. Picture the goodwill that pursues you as everyday compass points. Friends who show care at odd hours, small routines that anchor you, words of truth that come at the right time. These are the ways that the house of presence becomes lived reality. As sleep draws nearer, let the images narrow to the most essential. A lamp within reach, a steady hand on your shoulder, a voice that calls you by name and says, "Do not be afraid." Hold that voice as a small pulse in your ear and let it slow the quickness of thought. If the mind keeps inventing lists, allow yourself a simple practice. Open an imaginary box, label it tomorrow, and place each item gently inside without judgment. Close the lid knowing you can open it again with daylight. This is not avoidance but a trust that tasks are for daylight hands and tonight is for tender ones. The psalm's closing folds courage and patience into one steady garment. It suggests that waiting for the Lord is a courageous posture because it refuses the restless substitute of frantic control. So, cultivate courage by choosing to rest. Breathe in a soft resolve to lay things down. Breathe out the compulsion to fix everything tonight. Feel the body relax with each cycle. Picture the coming morning already held in those same hands of care, so that sleep is not an escape, but a passage into being met anew. Let the final thought linger like a candle left softly burning. The Lord is your light, your stronghold, the voice that calls you home. Rest in that place as if it were a familiar room where you always belong. Keep breathing, slow and steady, and let the pulse of belonging be the last thing your mind returns to as sleep gathers you into quiet. Psalm 42:43. Let these words be the slow river that draws your mind out of the shallows and into a deep, steady current. Imagine a thirst so honest it wakes the heart at midnight, a longing that feels like a body remembering water after a long drought. That is the longing that turns the soul toward God. Picture yourself like a deer in the quiet dark, ears lifted, moving toward a sound you can trust. Let that image become a simple anchor. Breathe in slowly and imagine the cool stream meeting your lips. Breathe out and let the tightness in your chest soften. If your mind has been full of questions or a restless rhythm of what-ifs, name that unrest gently and picture it flowing away in the current. Do not try to chase it, only let it pass. Remember times when you walked to a familiar place of peace, a riverbank, a quiet garden, a place where the world felt less heavy, and hold that memory as evidence that stillness can be found again. When thoughts rise like waves, Picture each one as a ripple on the surface. While far beneath the water there is a steady depth that does not tremble, you are invited to rest in that depth. Speak softly to the part of you that asks, "Where is my hope?" And answer with the simple truth that hope is not a far-off shore, but a near, living reach. The same presence that you have known in small mercies is there now, calling and steadying. Let the voice that asks and answers in the psalm become a rhythm for your breathing. Why are you downcast, O my soul? Notice without shame the question itself. And then, with the next slow breath, reply to your own heart. Put your hope in God. I will yet praise him, my Savior and my help. Feel how permission to question softens into a deeper decision to stay near the one who has already been faithful. Picture yourself remembering songs and prayers you once knew, the small landmarks of gratitude that once guided your way, and allow them to come back slowly, like footsteps on a path you used to walk. Each remembered kindness is a lamp that makes the road easier to follow. If the night presses on with images of what you could have done differently, let those scenes be watched from a distance rather than acted on. Imagine them as pictures hung on a gallery wall where you can look and then step away, choosing instead to rest in the companion who has walked beside you through failures and through joy. Hear the call that comes from the deep, a calling not to frantic striving, but to a steady approach, and follow it without needing to explain yourself. Think of the mountains where many are tempted to look for answers. Rather than climbing in your own strength, picture them from below under a wide sky and trust that help will come from the same place that set the stars in order. Allow the small ritual of settling to become a practice. As you lie back, place one hand lightly over your chest and feel the rise and fall of breath. Imagine that hand is yours, and also the hand of the one who knows your name, holding you gently. Let each inhalation be a receiving of calm, each exhalation a releasing of the tight coil of worry. The psalmist remembers community, the worship together, the songs raised in good times and in the hard. So if you can, name aloud or in your heart one small thanksgiving, one kindness you noticed today, and let gratitude gather like a soft cloak around the shoulders of your mind. If loneliness speaks, imagine a companion coming to sit nearby, not to fix everything at once, but to keep you company while the heart finds its rhythm again. Think too of the practical hold of hope. It is not an abstract idea, but a posture that steadies the hands and hands back the broken pieces to the one who reshapes them. Trust that memory and hope can be friends. Memory brings the proof of past care. Hope carries you forward into what is being prepared. As the psalm moves from thirst to praise, let your breath shape the movement. Inhale questions. Exhale trust. Inhale the ache. Exhale the promise that you are not abandoned. If sorrow rises like a tide, picture a ledge beneath your feet where you can stand and be kept. The water flows, but you are not carried away. Allow phrases of the psalm to become quiet mantras. Hope in God. I will praise again, repeated softly, a slow drum that steadies the scattered steps of thought. Imagine your eyes lifted inward to a high place of help, not as an anxious scan for solutions, but as a steady, trusting glance toward the one who watches. Let the tempo of your mind slow to match the tempo of your breath. Imagine each inhalation drawing a soft light into the core of you, each exhalation letting worry dim and settle into the floor. Stay with the image of the river, the deer, the sung memory. Let them form a small, private landscape where fear cannot be the final word. When you feel the tug to plan or to ransack the night for answers, place that impulse on an imaginary shelf with the label tomorrow and close the lid, promising to touch it again in the morning light. There is a tenderness in the way the psalm keeps circling back to praise, not as a demand but as an outcome of resting. Praise becomes the natural breath of a heart that has been tended. So practice praise in small measures. Name one good thing and hold it. Let that act loosen the jaw, soften the brow, and invite sleep to take its quiet share. In this hush, imagine being guided into an inner court where a lamp burns steadily and you are given a seat. The busyness of the world waits outside, and you are permitted to be still. If grief or loss comes uninvited, lay it gently on the lap of the one who greets you. Imagine a hand receiving it without surprise and smoothing the edge of pain with a patience that heals slowly but surely. Know that hope is not naive denial, but a firm leaning on fidelity. What has been shown of care in the small moments of life is a reliable sign that you will be met in the larger ones too. Let the final cadence of this part be calm and unhurried. Breathe in the quiet reach of God. Breathe out the last clinging thought, and allow the phrase, "Yet will I praise," to be the soft footstep that leads you towards sleep. Lamentations, Day 3. Now as the tide of thought quiets, rest with a brief and certain truth carried like a warm shawl across the shoulders of the night. Steadfast love will not fail. Mercies are new every morning. Great is the faithfulness that meets you even in seasons of deepest ache. Hold that certainty gently, like a warm cup in your hands. Breathe it in, and let your body follow where the heart is already settled. Psalm 119. Stay here a while with a slow, steady thought. The law, the way, the words given to guide. Imagine them not as rules that press, but as familiar footsteps worn into a path you can follow in the dark. The psalm begins with a gaze toward guidance and ends with the quiet reward of being steadied, so let that arc carry you now. Breathe in slowly and picture yourself opening a small, trusted book whose pages are full of invitations to live with care. Breathe out and let the tightness of needing to figure everything out ease a little. As you settle, hear the rhythm of someone who has learned to return again and again to that gentle instruction, delighting in what steadies the heart, treasuring what teaches how to live, clinging to what points toward truth when the world's voices try to pull you every which way. If your mind rushes ahead to tomorrow's lists, place those lists gently on an imagined table and give yourself permission to come back to a single line of guidance, one sentence of truth that fits the moment, and follow it like a faint trail of lanterns through the dark. Think of the words that shape a life as tender tutors who do not shame but show. They teach patience where the impulse is to hurry, patience where the impulse is to sharpen answers, mercy where the impulse is to score and tally. Let the psalmist's steady insistence on returning to the word be your steadying hand tonight. Come back to it whenever your thoughts scatter, and each time you return, feel the shoulders drop a fraction more as a trustworthy pattern reclaims the mind. Remember how often small acts of obedience have brought relief. A soft apology, a kind word, a surrendered plan, and let those memories become proof that this way works. Each remembered small piece is a tile laid into the path you can follow when worry would otherwise derail you. Imagine that each verse you've known becomes a warm stone you tuck into your pockets, each one giving weight and shape to a walk that otherwise might feel aimless. Carry them without straining, and if your fingers fumble, set one down and breathe with it until your grip steadies again. The psalm speaks of seeking with the whole heart, so lend your whole attention for a moment. Notice the weight of your chest, the rise and fall of breath, the place where anxiety tends to sit like a knot. Let your attention be a kindly hand there, feeling without forcing. And imagine Scripture as a soft needle that loosens the knot with patient, precise movements. If you feel as if you lack direction, picture the precepts as a garden fence marking out safe ground. Inside is room to rest, to walk slowly, to learn how to notice the small mercies. Outside is the wildness of frantic planning. Choose the fence tonight and let its presence quiet the urge to roam. The psalmist delights in the statutes as treasures kept in the mind, precious because they help interpret reality. So in the hush of the hour, rehearse quietly one short truth that has helped you before. Perhaps that mercy precedes achievement, or that quiet hearts see more clearly than frantic ones, or that faithful little acts add up. Repeat it gently with your breathing. Breathe in that truth. Breathe out the reflex to solve everything at once. The ancient writer also remembers that instruction can come through hardship and through longing. If the night has been a teacher lately, Let those lessons be gathered without shame. The learning is not wasted. It is woven into a new steadiness that can carry you forward. Picture the way these words hold up even the small moments. A choice to speak gently, a pause before deciding, the naming of a fear and handing it over. And feel how those micro-decisions begin to change the texture of the evening, less jagged, more rounded, easier to rest upon. If loneliness creeps in, imagine these statutes as friends who have been with many nights before yours. They know how to keep company with heartache and how to hush the relentless inner critic. Let their voice be like a soft companion in the room, not loud but persistent enough to remind you of what matters. Compassion, truth, steady faithfulness. The psalm says again and again that returning to these ways brings life. Tonight, practice returning. When the mind scatters, bring it back without scolding yourself, like a shepherd bringing a sheep back into the fold, patient, calm, consistent. Feel your breathing match that shepherd's careful gait, long measured steps in and out. There are lines in the psalm that speak of seeking light in the night. Translate that into a practical image for your present hour. A small lamp set on a table so you can find the next book, the next cup, the next quiet thing you need. Let the lamp be the habit of turning toward what is true, rather than toward the troubling imaginations that come like moths to a flame. The psalmist's passion for God's testimony is not abstract, but deeply personal. Let it touch whatever small corner of life feels raw. An old regret, a worry about someone you love, a fear about what tomorrow might bring. And imagine the testimony wrapping around those places like a bandage that breathes, covering yet allowing air to heal. If the night brings memories that sting, name one, and then imagine placing it into a box labeled learning. Close the lid and feel the chest loosen a little. Promise yourself gently that you will open the box again with daylight if needed, but for now, it is entrusted. The psalm talks about delighting even in instruction, as odd as that may sound for a tired mind. But consider delight here as a small recognition, a tiny smile that arises when you remember a kindness, a warmth when you think of mercy given or received, a quiet pride in a steady choice you made earlier in the day. Let those small delights be seed lights scattered through the dark, enough to keep you hopeful. There are verses that acknowledge the psalmist's own frailty and ask for strengthening. You may not have exact words tonight, but you can borrow that posture. A simple, honest request for steadiness, for a mind that can rest, for clarity in mourning. Say that request softly in the rhythm of your breathing. Breathe in the asking, breathe out the acceptance of help. Imagine help arriving not like a sudden correction, but like a warm blanket being draped over shoulders, gradual, enveloping, calming. The psalm also speaks of walking in God's ways, which is not a command to be perfect, but an encouragement to pace life with attention and care. Imagine your steps tonight as gentle, not hurried, each one chosen rather than rushed, each one a small act of trust that you need not do everything at once. If fear tells you your small steps are insignificant, remember that the psalm prizes the small daily decisions as the fabric of a faithful life. Each decision to return, to speak kindly, to rest, to hand over a worry, is a thread that, night by night, weaves a wider piece. Let the picture of weaving be quiet and steady. Breath as the loom, attention as the hand guiding the thread, time as the patient maker. The text often pairs law and love. Imagine them together now, discipline softening into affection, guidelines held in the palm of a hand that loves you. And let that tenderness settle your jaw, loosen your shoulders, smooth your brow. If intrusive thoughts press against the window of your mind, picture them as rain on glass, visible, noisy, but not inside the room where you sit. Let the psalm's insistence on meditating day and night be a gentle practice for this moment. Perhaps inhale the word truth, exhale the word release. Inhale, steady. Exhale, let go. Keeping to the rhythm until repeating it becomes a small, calming metronome. The author speaks of seeking understanding with the whole heart. You can mirror that in a small, manageable way by asking one clear question: what helps me rest now? And waiting without demand for whatever small answer arises, a remembered kindness, a simple scripture phrase, a breath pattern that calms. Accept the first answer and stay with it, letting it grow a little warmth in your chest. There is also a humble awareness in the psalm of being taught at night and awake in prayer. If sleep resists, use the night as a time for gentle tending rather than frantic fixing. Name one small need, one small mercy you hope for, and entrust it with brevity and faith, then deliberately return your attention to the present breath. The psalmist's confidence in God's faithful promises is not brash but quiet and tested. In your own heart, gather evidence of reliability, a friend who came through, a mercy you didn't expect, a moment of clarity after confusion, and let those memories build a gentle store of trust to draw from when the night feels uncertain. As you keep breathing with these images, imagine the long arc of this psalm wrapping around you like a slow tide. Instruction leading to delight, discipline leading to joy, seeking leading to finding. Allow that arc to tilt your expectations. Tonight, not perfection, but a small, faithful return. Tonight, not instant solving, but gradual steadiness. Tonight, a step toward morning with a lighter load. When your lids grow heavy, repeat a short phrase drawn from the psalm in your mind. A simple, rhythmic claim such as, I will seek, I will rest, I will trust. And let it fold into sleep like the final stanza of a familiar hymn. Stay here as long as you need, breathing, remembering, returning, and when sleep finally comes, let it come as the natural fulfillment of a night spent practicing the small, steady things that make rest possible. Luke 15. Imagine a voice that leans in close and tells 3 stories in one long, tender sweep. First, a shepherd who, when one sheep wanders and the night grows wide and slightly colder, does not tally losses or sigh and walk on, but leaves the 99 in their gentle safety and goes after the one with a lantern and a steady step. Picture him moving through tall grass and over stones, calling the sheep by the sound that has always drawn it home, and feel how the search itself is an act of care, not. Hurried but determined and patient, hear the shepherd's relief when he finds what was lost, the way his hands scoop up the small, trembling thing and lay it across his shoulders, the warmth of being carried while the stars wheel silently above. Then the story shifts to a woman who misplaces a small coin and does not scold herself for the misplacing, but lights a lamp, sweeps the house with careful motions, and when the coin is found, she calls her friends to join the quiet, joyful recovery. Notice how small things matter in the heart's economy, how careful seeking lights a room, and how celebration follows, not because everything is perfect, but because what is precious is now visible again. Let these scenes settle like soft images in the chest, their rhythm matching a breathing you do not have to force. In, a notion of being looked for. Out, the easing that comes when the search meets the found. The third tale holds the shape of a homecoming, a son who takes his share of what belongs to him and spends it away until hunger teaches what law could not, and when he decides to return, not as a victor but as someone painfully honest about his smallness, he rehearses a speech of apology and lowly service. Yet before his words are finished, the father has already been watching, has run across the field with loosened cloak and open arms, and instead of a speech is met by a kiss, a robe set upon his shoulders, a ring placed on his finger, shoes for his tired feet, a table made ready, the music of someone who will not let regret be the last sound of the evening. Hold that scene close, not the shame of failure as the final identity, but the warmth of being welcomed back into relationship, where dignity is restored and laughter replaces the hard, private counting of losses. Notice too the elder brother who stands at the edge of the feast with clenched hands and hurt that looks like pride. He imagines justice as neat and recompense as an absolute line, and yet the father moves through his son's grievance with a patience that remembers each child by name, inviting him to come inside and to see the saving of what was lost as reason for rejoicing rather than a threat to fairness. Let this tenderness reframe the small rebellions in your own nights. Maybe you have wandered in thought or in choice. Maybe you have kept a worry like a heavy coin hidden under a pillow. Maybe you have tried to carry shame in the dark. The stories say that the important response is not condemnation, but recognition and rescue. One who seeks with purpose, one who lights a lamp to find what matters, one who runs across fields to close a distance you feared too wide. Breathe with the rhythm of these images. Inhale the notion that you have been seen even when you felt invisible. Exhale and set down the tightness of trying to solve everything tonight. Picture the shepherd's lamp illuminating each small thorn that scraped your feet, and imagine those thorns being gently eased away. Picture the woman sweeping and making room in the house for what had been lost, and feel a similar clearing in the corners of your chest where restless thoughts pile up. Picture the father, loose cloak flowing, closing the last meter between you and welcome, and let that image fold into your breathing until your ribs loosen and your face unclenches. The invitation here is quiet and insistently kind. You are not a problem to be fixed before you are loved. You are the beloved who may sometimes stray and sometimes misplace things, and the response to that straying is an intentional going after, a lighting of lamps, a running to meet you where you are. As you listen, imagine yourself at the table that has been prepared. There is bread warm enough to soften the tightness behind your eyes, a cup that steadies instead of stirring new fears, a seat that does not require you to explain your night before you may rest. If your mind offers resistance, lists to be finished, drafts to be perfected, grudges that feel like duty, picture placing each one gently at the edge of the table with the promise that mourning hands will take them up if they must, but tonight they are not invited to rob you of rest. Let the music of the feast be soft in your imagination, the kind that hums low in the background while your body finds an easier pace. Allow laughter to be a salve that smooths the hard edges of your thoughts, not a brashness, but a steady warmth that reassures you of belonging. Consider too how the three stories together teach a patient way to hold yourself and others. Go after what is lost, light the lamp for what is hidden, run when someone returns. These are not frantic acts, but intentional ones, shaped by love rather than by duty, carried out with a steady rhythm that calms the heart's stormy insistence on control. Breathe in that pattern, receiving rather than guarding, searching rather than ignoring, rejoicing rather than tallying. Breathe out the urge to measure worth by performance or to stay awake rehearsing every misstep. If your thoughts wander to the fear that you are beyond care, let the repeated image of searching hands and opened arms reassert a different truth. Nothing you have misplaced is so far that the one who loves you will not cross the field to find it. Stay with the sound of running feet in your mind for a moment, not as alarm but as assurance. Imagine each footfall closing a small distance inside you where loneliness or doubt has crept in, until the final step releases a tenderness that feels like a balm on the temple. Bring to mind one small thing you carried poorly today. Name it softly in a single breath, and imagine it being lifted by the searching shepherd, found under the lamp of the woman who sweeps, and placed on the table by the father who rejoices, held now, not as a cause for shame, but as something made whole again. Let gratitude grow in the room of your chest, like the softening of muscles after a long day, a quiet awareness that you have been sought, and that rescue sometimes arrives in ways quieter than you expect, but no less urgent or faithful. As you prepare to let sleep come, repeat the gentle truth the stories offer. You are found, you are welcomed, you are celebrated into rest. Allow your breath to match that final rhythm, slow, steady, unhurried. Picture for a last moment the lantern swinging gently at the shepherd's side, the coin settled back into its place, and warm with being reclaimed, the father's arms still open, the music of the feast continuing softly as you lay down your head. Let the hush of that company be the last thing you hold as your eyes grow heavy and the body yields into the ease of being known and kept. Ephesians 3. Come close and breathe with me for a few slow moments, allowing the words to settle like a warm hand on your shoulder. Imagine that the same mercy that once surprised the world now moves gently toward you, arranging every anxious thought into a quiet row like pebbles smoothed by a steady tide. Know that there is a deep mystery at work, not distant or cold, but a loving plan that reaches across time and differences, drawing all things together in a wide, gentle embrace. Picture yourself rooted in a garden watered by care. Your feet find a soft bed of earth, not because you forced a place for yourself, but because you were placed there by hands that know exactly how to plant and nourish. Let that image steady your breath. Inhale the sense of being planted. Exhale the urge to prove your worth by restless striving. Hear a prayer that has traveled through many nights and finds you here. May strength be given to the inner places that wear thin from worry. May the spirit of courage be breathed into the hidden chambers where fear has settled, so that you stand secure even when the outer world seems uncertain. As you rest with that thought, allow the idea of being strengthened in your inner person to become a warm current moving along your spine, a quiet fortifying that does not strain but steadies. Imagine each breath drawing in resilience, each exhale releasing the small tightness that has been gathering at the base of your skull. Consider the breadth of a love that is wider than the widest worry you can imagine, a love that cannot be measured by the sharp instruments of fear and that wraps around the small, private places where shame and doubt like to hide. Let the thought of being known and loved in those corners ease the instinct to hide from yourself. Picture the dimensions of that love like a room with open windows. Its length holds the future you cannot see. Its height lifts you beyond the confines of tonight's alarm. Its depth receives the regrets you carry and gently reshapes them into lessons, not condemnations. Breathe into that room. Let its air fill your lungs and cool the fever of anxious imagining. In the quiet, recall that there was a purpose revealed, a kindness offered freely to all, not earned but received, and let the memory of such generosity change the way you measure your worth tonight. Not by the tally of tasks done or undone, but by the simple truth that you are included in a compassionate work that seeks out the lost, steadies the weak, and celebrates return. Imagine the presence of a gentle craftsman at work, not hurried but patient, shaping your edges with care. You are not an afterthought, but part of a coherent design, and that thought can soften the grip of self-judgment. If burdens press like a heavy cloak, picture them being folded and set aside on a bench near the doorway. They remain seen, but they do not define the room where you rest. Allow a soft litany to form in your mind as a steadying practice. Root me in love, ground me in peace, fill me with hope. Say each phrase slowly on the in-breath, feel it settle on the heart, and then let the out-breath carry away a small worry. There is a promise that nothing in height or depth, no present strain or future doubt, can separate you from the constant reach of kindness that holds you. Let that truth be a boundary that keeps frantic thoughts from running past it into all the possible catastrophes your mind might invent. Picture those imagined separations as thin curtains that part at the slightest breeze of care, revealing again the constant hand that will not let go. Hear too of a power at work, not in loud displays, but in the quiet strengthening of your inner life, the building of resilience like the slow, sure growth of roots under the soil. Trust that this power is available to you tonight, when you feel too tired to hope, when conversation loops in your head and sleep seems to recede. Invite that steadying presence to enter and rearrange your thoughts into a more manageable order. Imagine a lamp turned on in a room you thought you had to clean before you could sit. Suddenly there is enough light to see the simple things that matter, and the work becomes possible with less strain. Let gratitude be a small companion in this room, not a forced list of positives, but a gentle noticing of the ways you have been held, a friend's quiet message, a meal that warmed more than your body, a moment when laughter loosened something stubborn. Name one small thing now and let it be a pebble you place gently in your hand. Feel the weight and the proof that care has been present before and is present now. The text holds before it a picture of prayer offered with confidence, a boldness not rooted in self-sufficiency, but in the trust that your small voice matters. Allow yourself to be heard without crafting a perfect speech. A simple, honest word offered into the hush, help, hold me, thank you, is enough to draw a response that is wiser than any hurried solution you might insist upon. Imagine that response arriving not as a sudden fix, but as a companionable presence that walks with you through the night, smoothing your pace and answering the quiet questions when morning comes. As you breathe, sense a widening perspective. Your immediate anxieties remain real, but they are held within a larger story that cares for persons, not problems. This larger view does not make your feelings small. Rather, it gives them context and meaning, like seeing a single thread in a tapestry whose design is too big for any one glance. Allow the reassuring thought that you are part of something that makes sense in time to loosen the need to solve everything tonight. Think of the divine as one who prays for you and through you, seeking that the life of love be made visible in how you rest and in how you later act. This is not a call to earn love, but an invitation to embody it, to be gentle with yourself now, and to let that gentleness overflow later into small acts of mercy toward others. Picture the Spirit as a quiet teacher, reminding you of simple truths when your mind grows loud. You are loved, you are held, you are given what you need for the next breath. Let these reminders become a soft drumbeat behind your breathing, regular and trustworthy. If your mind tries to race to unresolved tasks, try a small practice. Imagine those tasks written on slips of paper and placed into a box labeled tomorrow. Close the lid with the certainty that daylight will open it again and that you are not required to carry every worry through the night. Repeat your steadying phrases one more time, rooted in love, grounded in peace, filled with hope. Feel the rhythm of those words syncing with the rise and fall of your chest until the pattern grows familiar and your muscles begin to ease. Finally, settle with a quiet worship of gratitude that does not demand great feelings but simply acknowledges presence, thankfulness for the small mercies, willingness to entrust the big unknowns, and a readiness to receive rest as a gift. Let the last image be simple and warm, a room with a lamp that does not burn out, a chair that welcomes you without condition, and a steady companion who has prepared a place for you to lay down the day. Breathe in that image, breathe out any last tightness, and as your eyes grow heavier, carry this gentle truth into your sleep. You are rooted and you are loved, and the same love that fashioned the world keeps watch over you now. Colossians 3. Come close and let this gentle teaching settle like a soft cloak around your shoulders. Imagine laying down the hard, noisy ways of the day, the urgent lists, the litany of what you must fix, and consciously turning your attention upward toward the quiet heights where steadiness lives. Breathe in slowly and on the out-breath release a small private surrender. Put aside the restless scrapping for a moment and feel the difference that a single decided turn of your mind can make. Picture your heart as a room with windows that open to a wide, bright sky. When you lift your gaze there, the cramped worries of the lower rooms look smaller, and the air that comes in is clean and long. In that upward glance, you begin to wear a different set of clothes. Imagine trading the threadbare coat of anxiety for garments woven from compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Each breath helps you draw one garment on, smoothing away the creases left by the day. See yourself buttoning kindness at the throat, wrapping humility like a scarf that keeps pride out of the cold, letting gentleness lie soft across your arms. Where there has been impatience, picture a new patience growing like quiet moss, cushioning the places that used to snap. If a memory of sharp words or a replayed conversation presses at the ribs, place it now into the palm of forgiveness. Breathe with it, and let forgiveness be the hand that lifts that weight and sets it down on a table you do not have to carry. Know that love is the binding that keeps these garments together. Simple, steady love that neither flaunts nor hides, but holds everything in a warm, unhurried embrace. Imagine the rhythms of household life slowed to a comfortable pace, speech that is thankful rather than hurried, small stitches of attention mended into relationships, ordinary tasks done with an inner calm that does not demand perfection. Let the thought of being part of a greater unseen household reassure you, neighbors who will notice small needs, a larger story that cares for the next day, hands ready to steady you where your grip loosens. If worry creeps back like a draft under a door, breathe into that seam and notice how one deliberate exhale can press the draft closed. Return your attention to the higher outlook and the clothing you have chosen to wear tonight. Picture your daily rhythms being recentered on things that last, mercy given freely, words that build rather than break, gratitude that stitches a thread of good through every small hour. Allow a few slow breaths to be your practice. Inhale the steadiness you have been offered. Feel it move through the chest into the belly. Exhale the tightening and let it fall away, as if you are setting down a tray you no longer need to balance. As you remain here, imagine your life not as isolated pieces to be frantically managed, but as one woven fabric whose pattern extends beyond the immediate tangle. The parts that worry you will be taken up by mourning hands, and you are given permission to rest in the meantime. Think of Christ's presence as the warm lamp at the center of this room of the mind. Its light does not glare, but shows what is true and what can be set aside. When you let that light guide you, decisions come more like clear stones on a path and less like jagged surprises. If heaviness sits at the shoulders, picture it sliding down and off as you breathe, each out-breath giving a small measure of relief until your muscles remember ease. Practice a simple breathing rhythm now. Breathe in with the phrase, "Set my mind above." Breathe out with the phrase, "Let this night be kept." Repeat without hurry, allowing these words to become a slow metronome that quiets the louder alarms of what-ifs. Feel the fabric of gentleness wrapping your limbs. Let your jaw soften, your shoulders fall, the small muscles around your eyes unclench. In this posture, remember that you are not called to tidy the whole world tonight, only to trust that the greater work is being done and to lay down this 1 hour's load. When the mind petitions for solutions, answer gently with one small action. Name the worry. Hand it over in a single sentence and then return to the felt sense of being clothed in calm. If memories of failure or shame visit, imagine them met not by harsh accounting, but by a patient hand that lifts and speaks a word of reorienting grace. In that exchange, the past is not denied but resituated into a larger narrative of recovery and learning. Let forgiveness be not only something you receive, but something you practice handing out in small ways. This practice loosens your chest and makes room for deeper rest. Picture tomorrow's tasks as soft paper placed in a box labeled morning. You close the lid knowing daylight will open it again, and that the same care that has held you today will continue. Listen for the quieter invitations in this text, not frantic commands, but steady remembrances that who you are, beloved included, called to dwell in a community of mercy, matters more than tonight's list. Allow your thoughts to rest on a few steady images, a lamp that does not flicker, a soft robe that fits your tiredness, hands that fold your concerns into a warm parcel, a circle of friends and strangers whose small acts of kindness add to an unseen net of support. Stay with those images and breathe them into the hollows where worry likes to nest. Watch as they slowly fill those hollows with a patient confidence that does not need to prove itself. If sleep proves slow to come, use the body as an anchor. Notice the weight of your feet, the contact of your body with the bed, the rise and fall of your chest. Let sensation be the grounding companion to the higher thoughts you are holding. Each return to the breath is an act of faith, a small surrender that trains the heart for peace. Know that this work of recentering is both practical and spiritual. It changes the way you approach the next day by giving you rest now, and it forms within you a quieter habit for future nights. Finally, imagine a soft, steady conclusion. You are clothed in compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, patience, forgiveness, and love. You are part of a household that notices and cares. The urgent lists are being kept for the morning, and tonight you are invited to sleep, wrapped in this calm. Take 3 deep, unhurried breaths now. Inhale the calm, exhale the tension. Allow the last breath to carry you into a quieter place where sleep can come easily, and rest with the quiet assurance that you are held, that your mind can be set above, and that peace is yours to enter tonight. Isaiah 43. Come close and let this old steady promise find its way into the small, tight places of your night. Hear a voice that calls you by name, not from far off but near enough to touch the quiet edges of your thought, saying, I have chosen you, I have called you by name. When fear creeps in like a chill, answer it with the memory that you belong, that someone has spoken your name with care and will not let it fall into the dark. Breathe in that remembrance now. Breathe out the tightness that thoughtlessly gathers when the mind lists everything that could go wrong. Know that being summoned into care is not a demand, but an invitation to let the work of worry rest. Picture yourself in a place where the map of your day blurs at the edges and a dependable hand takes the pen. The one who formed the stars and shaped the morning says he has redeemed you. He has called you as his. Let that strange, gentle thought sink through you, like warm water finding a thirsty root. If you have held tonight's anxieties like small stones in your pocket, imagine him inviting you to empty your hands, set them down one by one, and feel the relief as weight meets ground. The promise continues, do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. When your mind rehearses worst-case scenes, let these words be the counterweight. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Imagine that upholding not as a distant law, but as a hand under your own, a palm that steadies and does not judge the trembling parts of your night. Picture that hand beneath the small muscles of your jaw, easing the clench, beneath your shoulders, inviting them to relax, beneath the place in your chest where fear seems to live, holding it with a patient, unhurried steadiness. If your thoughts are full of images of being overwhelmed, the ancient assurance moves toward you with specific care. When you pass through deep waters, I will be with you. Through rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through fire, you will not be burned, nor will the flames set you ablaze. Let those images play slowly in your mind, water moving around your ankles, cool and clear, and though currents flow, your feet are guided by a faithful presence. A river may rise, but it becomes a path with the one who leads beside it. Flames may lick at the edges of worry, but you notice their heat less because the presence that walks with you is a protective cloak, keeping you from being consumed. See yourself carried through these scenes, not abandoned to survive, but escorted through by one who knows every step, who carries instead of allowing you to climb alone. Breathe in that thought, and with the out-breath, let the reflex to solve everything tonight soften. The text moves from private comfort to a broader promise. You are no longer formless or forgotten. He will call your children from far away, gather the scattered, bring home what was lost. Allow this to be a quiet kind of hope for the small things you think cannot be recovered, a relationship that frayed, a rhythm of sleep and waking, a sense of ease in the mornings. Imagine them being gathered like soft harvest into hands that do not criticize the way they were lost. There is a tenderness here that refuses to tally failures as final sentences. Instead, it arranges them into a patient story of return. Remember, too, the image of new things. Do not cling to only what has been broken or what you once expected. Be open, for I am about to do a new thing. Can you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Let your night become that wide place where newness can form. not by frantic invention but by gentle rearrangement. Picture a dry, parched inner place, and then the sudden soft sound of water beginning to move through it, turning dust into green and making a path where there was none before. Take that image into your breathing and feel the tightness find a different landscape. The promise that the Lord will do a new thing is not a demand for immediate proof, but a patient assurance that the present shape of your worry is not the final word. Sit with the invitation to trust quietly. Your small, faithful steps tonight matter more than your grand resolutions. Handing over one specific anxiety is progress. The chapter also offers a reminder about witness and remembrance. You are called to be a living sign of steadfast faithfulness, but not by frantic performance, rather by being present where you are, by letting the calm you receive be the proof others can see. Imagine how your softened breathing tonight might steady someone else tomorrow, how the fact that you learned to lay one burden down could show another person how to do the same. There is a communal kindness woven through this assurance, gathering those who are scattered, bringing home the lost, turning former things into a testimony of grace. If you are tempted to rehearse all the ways you have fallen short, place that rehearsal on an imaginary table and say aloud or in your mind, "I give this to be held," and feel the release that comes from naming rather than burying. The voice in Isaiah speaks also of a deep remembering. You are precious in my sight and honored, and I love you. Let the simple sound of being honored and loved reconfigure the critic within you. Imagine it as a warm lamp set on a small table by your bed, its light showing not everything you failed at, but the contours of what is true. You are cherished, you are kept. Allow that lamp to be the last light you look at before sleep. Not a harsh spotlight, but a tender glow that reveals you as someone who has been watched over and who will be watched over through the night. As your breath finds an easier rhythm, picture the steady work of mercy unfolding like low music. The past is acknowledged, but not allowed to be your sentence. The future is not only worry, but a field of choices where small acts of trust plant seeds. You are asked to remember to hold fast and to let go, in that order, gently. If questions about tomorrow keep visiting, answer them one at a time and place them into a small box labeled Morning. Lock it for the night with a gentle hand, and promise yourself you will open it again with fresh light. This is not avoidance, but a discipline of care that honors sleep as part of the healing you will need to face the day. Imagine now being led into a quiet room by the one who calls you by name. The door closes softly behind any loud alarms, the air is the right temperature, and a chair waits where you can breathe without performing. In that room, there is a quiet work of binding the small wounds that make the night loud. Each breath is a stitch, each release a bandage set with tenderness. Stay there a while, and if your mind wants a short practice, try this. Breathe in, counting to 4, and think, "I am known." Breathe out, counting to 6, and think, "I am held." Repeat without hurry, letting the rhythm rewrite the fast loops of fear into a slow, steady sequence. The scriptures here promise presence through the hardest passages and the smallest ones alike. They remind you that before you ask, you are named, and after you yield, you are carried. So let this be your night's work, small surrender after small surrender, until the body remembers its own capacity to relax. If nightmares or loud imaginings come, picture them as weather moving past the window of the room you've entered. They may be noisy for a moment, but the room's foundation does not tremble. Name one small mercy you have noticed recently, a warm text, a meal you didn't have to prepare, a moment of laughter, and let it be an anchor you return to whenever the mind drifts. Gratitude does not have to be grand. Tonight it can be a single remembered kindness that you hold like a coin and turn in your palm until its edges smooth. The voice that has called you reassures you that you are not made for the anxious scramble of endless planning, but for a life anchored in presence, carried by a hand that will not let go. As you let your breathing slow and your shoulders drop, imagine the final image of being led across a broad place where the path is laid out not by your frantic construction, but by the patient steps of one who knows the way. Let that image be the last you take into sleep. The hand at your back, the call of your name, the soft light on your face, the sound of water arriving in desert places, the promise of being gathered and made new. Allow the trust that grows from these truths to move through you like a tide, smoothing the small roughnesses of the day until your heart can rest. Stay here as long as you need. When sleep comes, let it carry you gently forward, toward mornings that will be met by hands that remain faithful through each night. Psalm 62. Come near and let this evening's hush hold you for a moment. Settle into a comfortable position and imagine your heart as a small harbor where the day's small boats have come in to rest. The sails furled, the oars set down, the creak of the day easing into stillness. Hear a quiet voice saying, "Find your calm in the steady one, trust in that keep, and let your shoulders lower as if a hand has just smoothed the tension from your collar." There is a deep invitation here to be silent for a while in the presence of what is sure. Breathe in slowly and know that you are anchored. Breathe out and let the need to hurry drift away like a leaf on a slow river. If worry circles like restless gulls, picture them flying off to the wide sky while you remain on the shore, where care waits with a warm cup and a soft bench. Remember that the heart can be a fortress, but tonight you are being led into a gentler stronghold, the kind that does not demand sharp vigilance, but offers quiet confidence, a place where trusting does not have to be studied or earned, but can be chosen simply by resting in what is true. Think of the one who holds you as a steady watchman, whose gaze does not flicker. When your mind invents loud problems, fold each one into a single breath. Name it, hand it over, and let the next out-breath carry it away into the roomy dark where it will be kept until morning. Let the phrase, "My soul finds rest in God alone," be a soft anchor you can return to whenever the mind begins to speed. Whisper it on your in-breath. Feel it settle like a small stone in your chest, and on the out-breath release the small tightness that has been sitting beneath your ribs. There is a kindness in these words that corrects the lie that you must hold every fear to keep it safe. In truth, being kept is not the same as carrying alone. Imagine a light held low over a map. The details of worry are visible, but no longer overwhelming because a helpful hand points the way forward, showing that what matters now is not solving everything, but handing over one small piece at a time. In that handoff there is freedom. Freedom from rehearsing worst-case scenarios. Freedom from needing full answers before rest can come. Allow the picture of a strong, quiet presence to move through you, one that does not shout promises at you, but steadfastly reassures with patient facts. You are seen, you are remembered, you are kept. When fear whispers that your place is fragile, answer with a softer truth. Strength is not only in what we do, but in the steadiness that receives us. Lean into that steady care like a traveler leaning against a friendly wall. Let images of safety fill the mind slowly. Stone foundations that do not tremble with each small wind. Doors that close gently and hold the night out. A warm cloak placed around your shoulders by hands that know the cold. If your thoughts are full of comparisons, of measuring where you fall short, lay those measures down beside the door. Let yourself be measured instead by something larger and more constant than performance. A presence that values you apart from productivity. There is room here to breathe, deep, even breaths that let the chest expand like sails catching a forgiving wind, not to be driven, but to be carried. As you keep breathing, let a quiet confidence grow. Your worth is not the sum of your achievements tonight, so allow the mind to stop tallying and start receiving. You may notice images of past hurts or future worries rising. Do not wrestle them into absence. Observe them as passing shapes and bring your attention gently back to the harbor, back to the bench, back to the hand that steadies. Practice a small rhythm. Inhale with the thought, "I will trust." Hold for a count. Exhale with, "I will rest." Repeating until the chest softens and the jaw unclenches. Imagine the steady presence speaking not with pressure, but with a calm assurance. reminding you that power does not always announce itself with noise. Often it is the quiet that keeps the deepest things safe. Let gratitude be a quiet companion now. Name one small mercy. Light through a window, a call from a friend, a warm meal, and breathe thanks for it, allowing that simple acknowledgement to widen the space inside you where anxiety used to sit. There is also a promise that justice and security ultimately rest in hands wiser than ours. This does not mean things will always be comfortable, but it means you need not carry the whole weight of making them so tonight. Feel the relief of setting down that burden. Imagine placing a heavy sack on a bench and walking away from it for the night, trusting that the bench will keep it safe until daylight. As the body begins to follow the mind's quieting, scan gently from head to toe. Soften the forehead, unknit the brow, let the shoulders fall, loosen the fingers, release the jaw, each small loosening an invitation for deeper peace to enter. If sleep resists, return without frustration to the simple acts of grounding. Notice the contact of your feet with the floor, the weight of the sheet across your legs, the small rise and fall of breath at the base of your lungs. These physical facts are anchors you can come back to again and again. There is a steady counsel here to not be hurried by your own alarms. Patience is a skill practiced one slow breath at a time. Think of patience tonight as a kind friend who sits beside you and silently reminds you that the night is not an enemy, but a quiet resource. Time for the mind to process, for the body to heal, for the heart to be reshaped by gentle thoughts. Let the last conscious thought be a small, sure confession of trust. You are held, you are known, you are enough for this hour. Picture the harbor as twilight deepens. Lamps are low, the water moves in hushes. The small boats breathe lightly in their moorings, and you are invited to sleep in that calm, knowing the keeper of the harbor watches without wavering. Stay in that image as long as you need. Allow the breath to lengthen, the limbs to grow heavy, the mind to quiet into a single repeating truth. Rest here, you are safe. When drowsiness finally takes you, let it be like being laid down by careful hands. No rush, no fanfare, only the quiet descent into sleep where recovery and restoration begin. Part 18. Psalm 37. Come near and settle in, as if lowering yourself onto a soft bench beside a slow river. Let the sound of the current be the first small anchor for the rest you have been chasing. Now trust the quiet counsel that says, do not fret because of those who prosper in haste or with loud success. Let that anxious tally fall away like old leaves drifting from the bank. Breathe in slowly and with intention, and as you breathe out, imagine setting down one small worry, the one that has been turning in your hand tonight, and feel how light the hand becomes when it is no longer trying to hold everything. Delight yourself in the gentle presence that watches over you. Picture a calm gardener tending a wide field, bending to plant the seeds that will grow in their season, not hurried by the clock but steady in care. Commit your path to that gardener's hands. Lay your plans and your fears in a single pile and step back, trusting a wiser rhythm than your own to arrange the coming steps. Rest in the promise that the Lord will bring about what is right in time, like water that smooths stone into a familiar shape. Let the idea of rightness be less about immediate proof and more about a long, patient unfolding that happens while you sleep. Be still before the one who measures days and seasons. Patience is not passive, but a gentle posture of confidence. Feel it as a loosened jaw, shoulders that drop, the small muscles behind the eyes unknitting. Imagine yourself walking through a meadow where the only task is to notice the color of one blade of grass, the long breath of a cloud, the warmth of a lamp set just where you can reach it. Notice them without urgency, allowing each small observation to steady the rushing currents in your mind. Trust that when you take this slower path, good things will come, like steady roots that hold a sapling through wind. So you need not chase every blinking light that calls for your attention tonight. Let your expectation be gentle rather than frantic. Hope carried like a small lantern, not a flare shot into a storm. Picture the lives of those who do wrong as brief, bright fireworks, noisy and eye-catching in the moment but quickly dimming, while the quiet virtues you practice now are the deep, slow glow that warms a room through the night. If a chart of all that could go wrong begins its familiar climb in your mind, fold that chart into the palms of the hands you have already placed down and breathe into the margin between worry and trust until the lines soften. Remember that mercy and kindness accompany those who steady their steps. When you choose the smaller, truer actions, saying a single gentle word, choosing forgiveness in a small exchange, offering a short prayer, they are like pebbles dropped into a still pool, whose circles widen far beyond what you can see. Rest in the comforting fact that life's injustices are not hidden from the one who watches. The slow, sure justice of care is working even when the headlines shout otherwise. Picture Providence not as a stern judge, but as a careful potter turning a vessel gently on a wheel, shaping what is fragile with patient hands until it can hold more than it seemed able to hold before. Let that image wash over the places where your chest feels tight. Imagine those hands smoothing the ridges and making space where tension once sat. Keep breathing with the rhythm of the field. Inhale confidence. Exhale the need to fix everything at once. Inhale a memory of small kindness. Exhale the haunting replay of a harsh word. Practice this for as long as you like, returning to the 2 or 3 images that calm you most. A warm hand on your shoulder, a lantern swinging softly across a path, a table set in a place you once feared, and let them become the backdrop to the slow movie of your thoughts as they drift towards sleep. Know too that those who trust are given strength not by accident, but by a present hand that upholds them. Imagine that uplift as a gentle tide that keeps your feet steady even when pathways tremble. You are invited to be content with what you have and where you are, not in resignation, but as a form of wisdom that says tonight, I will not let tomorrow's tasks steal my rest. Contentment becomes a quiet discipline. Small, practiced acts, like naming 3 things you are grateful for, breathing with each one and allowing the list to anchor you in the present. Let your gratitude be simple. A warm cup you drank today, a voice that called your name with care, a small favor received. Let each memory be a stone in your palm you rub until its edges are familiar and calming. If envy or comparison pricks at you, picture those feelings as shadows that shrink when moved into the light of what you have. Rather than chasing the glitter in another's life, return to the gentle truth that your path is tended and your needs will be met in time. Rest in the promise that the wicked will not have the final say, that their hurry and loudness are temporary, and that the good you practice will outlast the momentary flash. Think of your life not as a scoreboard that must be balanced tonight, but as a long season where steady choices accumulate into a harvest that will be worth waiting for. When fear whispers that you must secure everything now, answer with one simple action. Breathe and place the thought into a small imagined box labeled Morning. Close the lid gently and promise to revisit it with fresh light, allowing the night time to be what it should be. Time for repair and rest. And imagine also that when you do good, you become like a tree planted by water. Roots deep, leaves that do not wither, a steady shade that invites others to rest. See yourself as that tree, receiving the quiet rain of mercy and giving shade in return. As your body eases, run a slow scan from crown to toe. Notice the way your scalp softens, the loosened tension at the temples, the fall of the shoulders, the gentle weight of limbs. Each small relaxation, a practice of trust. If worry returns, do not chastise yourself. Gently bring your attention back to the breath and to one image that anchors you. Remember that the humble path often leads to the most lasting reward. Choose tonight to walk it inwardly. Soft words, patient waiting, steady presence, and feel how those choices make a room within you that is hospitable to sleep. Stay with the idea that you are cared for in your quietest moments, a present, attentive love that does not tally faults, but keeps watch. Let that watchfulness be the steady lamp by your bedside, its flame neither fierce nor faint, but precisely right for the night. Let the closing thought be a single small pledge to yourself. Hand over one particular worry now, breathe, and feel the relief of having trusted it away for a few hours. Sleep is not avoidance, but part of the wisdom that allows healing. Rest in the steady assurance that this slow surrender is part of the work of faith, small repeated acts of letting go that teach the heart to sleep more deeply. Keep breathing, softer and slower now, matching the river's unhurried pace, and know that as you rest tonight, the gentle tide of a faithful care continues to work, repairing, arranging, and tending, so that when morning comes, your steps will be steadier and your hands more ready for loving work. John 15. Come close and breathe slowly as if leaning into a quiet trellis where life grows at its own gentle pace. Imagine Jesus speaking to you in the soft voice of one who tends a garden, saying, "I am the vine, you are the branches." And feel the simple steadiness of that image settle across your shoulders. Not a call to hurried fruitfulness, but an invitation to remain, to linger in the calm place where your life is nourished. Picture the vine's trunk strong and patient, roots sunk deep into good soil. The branches that stay close to it receive what they need without frantic striving, a steady flow of sap that brings sustenance and quiet growth. Breathe in the thought that to remain is to stop trying to manufacture life by sheer force, and instead to let what is true about you be nourished by a presence that knows exactly how to feed a limb so it can bear fruit in its season. When a branch grows thin or heavy with old tangled worries, imagine a careful gardener at work, not punishing, but pruning with thoughtful hands, removing what would choke new life so that what remains can be fuller and more fruitful. Feel the relief in allowing such pruning to happen, the small tender release when you trust someone wiser to trim away habits, fears, and regrets that have made you heavy. Let each breath be a small yielding. Inhale the steadiness of the vine. Exhale the need to prove your worth by the number of blossoms you force, and notice how the chest softens as that inner pressure loosens. There is a closeness here that changes your posture toward yourself and others. To remain in this vine is to receive and to be nourished, and from that place of receiving, giving becomes natural. Not a duty to be managed, but fruit that shows up because life has been allowed to grow. Imagine small fruits taking shape quietly over time, things like patience that surfaces in conversation, compassion that reaches without calculation, a steady courage that keeps showing up when others falter. These are the slow harvests of a life that rests in a nourishing presence rather than chasing quick successes. Hear the tender reorientation. You are no longer in a posture of frantic service, as if every hour must be filled to justify your worth. Instead, you are known as a friend, called into intimacy, invited to share conversation and company rather than merely tasks. Feel how that title, friend, softens the edges of the night, allowing you to come in unguarded, to speak of small worries with someone who has already promised to listen. Let go of the idea that love must always be earned, and rest in the truth that you are chosen and appointed to bear fruit that lasts, chosen not because you were flawless, but because you are beloved, and appointed to a quiet work that the world's loud metrics cannot measure. If the mind insists on cataloging flaws, bring it back gently to one concrete practice: remain. Picture yourself leaning against the vine's trunk, hand resting on rough bark, feeling your pulse slow to match the steady rhythm of the garden. With each inhalation, take in the warmth of being held. With each exhale, release one small fear into the soil around you, trusting it will be turned into compost for future growth. There is also a tenderness in the command offered here, a command not sharp or burden-bearing, but shaping. Love one another as I have loved you. Imagine that love as a soft garment, woven slowly thread by thread, so that the next time someone's anxious whisper reaches you, your response comes from an abundance of steadiness, rather than a hurried attempt to solve everything at once. Let that way of loving become a nightly practice. Small acts, small words, the quiet offering of presence. These are the kinds of fruit that steady others and invite the same rest you have received. Remember that the world will not always understand this quiet economy of love. Sometimes it expects loud achievements and immediate fixes. But the vine teaches a different pace, a patient abiding where intimacy, not productivity, becomes the measure of a life well tended. If inner critics rise up with their lists and sharp angles, imagine them set aside like boxes moved out of the garden shed. They are not ignored, but rearranged into a place they cannot rattle your sleep. Trust that remaining connected to the vine makes you part of a pattern where your joy is full, and your peace is a guard over anxious imaginings. As darkness comes, picture a lamp swung low over the rows so you can see the simple shapes of the night without being startled by imagined monsters. The light that rests over the vine is steady and near, making room for rest rather than summoning a last urgent plan. Feel how softness arrives in your jaw, how shoulders fall when you know the hand that tends does not rest only when everything is done perfectly, but continues its care through your seasons of weakness and strength alike. There is a promise here about bearing much fruit when you remain. Not an immediate explosion, but a faithful unfolding. Each small kindness, each patient word, each choice to forgive, slowly gathers into a harvest that blesses you and those around you. Breathe with this promise. Inhale the possibility of quiet growth. Exhale the pressure to perform. Imagine the gardener's hands again, this time gentle with your tiredness, tucking you in like a plant sheltered for the night, covering the roots and whispering assurance that the pruning and the nourishment are both part of one careful work. Let your mind rest on the fact that being chosen to bear fruit is not an assignment that will exhaust you, but a calling that will deepen you. You are shaped not into a self-congratulatory display, but into a presence that steadies others by how you are. Think of friends who have loved you that way, without tallying, without public applause, and let the memory of that quiet care be a soft mattress for your soul this evening. The teaching asks for intimacy with a tone of restful authority. Remain in my love. Let my joy be your heartbeat. Live in a way that reflects the steady love you have received. Practice a simple breathing mantra now. On the in-breath, I remain. On the out-breath, I am loved. Repeat slowly without hurry, letting the rhythm reshape the night's louder loops into a calm, steady tide. When thoughts of tomorrow barge in, picture them as leaves floating by on the garden's little stream, visible, moving, but not yours to carry this hour. Watch them pass and return to the vine. Remember, too, that friendship with Jesus does not remove the hard things from life, but it alters how they press on you. You are met in the middle of difficulty by a presence that chooses you as a companion, willing to walk through pruning seasons and harvest seasons alike. If loneliness tiptoes in, imagine the vine encircling you like a living room of green, branches leaning in as if to listen and feel how closeness can be found even when the house is still. Let the final image of this part be of night in the garden, where the vine breathes quietly, where sap moves unseen, and where you, a tired branch, are held in place by something larger than your doubts. Lay down the last small worry like a peeled seed at the base of the trunk, and trust that what looks discarded now will feed new life by morning. Stay with the slow pulse of the vine as sleep comes, knowing that to remain is not a passive resignation, but a deep, trust-filled rest. You are connected, you are tended, you are loved, and in that love your sleep will be a harbor for the work of a new day to come. Isaiah 41. Come closer, and let these old steady words wrap around the restless places of your mind like a warm evening breeze. Imagine a voice that has watched generations pass and now speaks just for you, saying simply, "Do not be afraid," not as a command that shocks, but as a friendly hand laid gently on the shoulder, easing the tension there and inviting the thought, "I am here with you." Just breathe in deep and slow as you take that sentence inside. Inhale the quiet of being noticed. Exhale the tightness that has been rehearsing worst-case scenes. let each breath be a small agreement with the promise being made to you, that strength will come not from frantic planning, but from a presence that knows how to steady a trembling heart. Picture yourself paused in a familiar room where the light is soft and steady. Toward the far side, a figure approaches whose steps are not hurried but sure, who comes not to fret with you, but to supply exactly what you need for this hour. Hear the assurance as if spoken in a low, patient tone. I will strengthen you, I will help you, I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Imagine that hand as something warm under the small muscles where fear lives, under the jaw, across the shoulders, settling at the place where breath often catches. Feel it lift the weight of tonight's imagined outcomes and set them gently aside. If your mind runs through names and lists, let it pause for one small practice. Name one worry aloud in your head, hand it, with a single breath, into that steady palm, and then return to the rise and fall of breathing as if you had placed a stone on the shore and walked back to the hearth. The text remembers that we are not called as lone travelers. There is a companionable care that goes before you, making a way through places that once felt wild. It foretells a path cleared, enemies turned aside, a confidence that what presses now will be navigated by a wisdom larger than any hurried plan. Imagine obstacles that have seemed enormous dwindling like hills seen from a high plain, still present, but smaller in the light of support that moves with you. Let that smallness be a relief, not because the difficulty is trivial, but because you will not face it alone. Think of the promise to bring foreign things low not as spectacle, but as the removal of unnecessary burdens, chains you have carried that are being loosened so you can breathe more freely. Let the idea of loosened cords be a small, concrete image to hold when the night brings replayed conversations or unfinished lists. The passage calls you out of anxiety into a posture of trust. Trust not as an absence of thought, but as the practice of placing one small thing at a time into caring hands until your shoulders remember how to fall. Picture yourself walking beside a calm river under a sky that is steady and wide. The current carries away what you no longer need. The bank gives beneath your feet a sure grip. The presence beside you keeps a gentle watch so you can look up and not only down to the next problem. In that riverside image, let each breath match the water's pace, slow in, slow out, until the breath itself becomes a small, reliable anchor. The chapter also speaks of being chosen, of being called by name. Take that in as a quiet claim. You are not an incidental figure in a vast story, but someone addressed with attention, someone whose small anxieties are not beneath notice. When the night whispers that you are too small for help, remember this claim and let it grow like a lamp at the foot of your bed, small but steady, enough to keep panic from taking the whole room. There is a tenderness in the way help is described, not brusque or distant, but a hand that will not let go, an assurance that holds through the failing strength of the flesh and the mind's tendency to spiral. Feel the comfort of being upheld. Imagine that support like a harness that does not bind but frees, transferring weight from your shoulders to a broader frame where courage can be gathered slowly and without performance. The words also give permission to relax the inner critic. You need not supply perfect answers tonight. You may be honest and small in the presence that meets you. Practice this honesty now by naming one small failing you keep replaying. Breathe it in as if offering it a single line of speech, and then breathe out as if handing it over. Notice how naming, rather than swallowing, can loosen the jaw and quiet the inner monologue. The text reminds us that when fear presses, there is one who stirs up help on your behalf. Unexpected kindnesses, a timely word from a friend, a solution that arrives like a gentle tide rather than a storm. And it invites you to expect such quiet deliverances instead of bracing for constant crisis. Let your imagination rest on the ordinary ways help appears. A message that arrives at just the right time, a neighbor's small favor, sleep that comes sooner than you expected. These are the forms deliverance often takes. As you dwell here, allow the promise of a good God to form a slow background hum in your thoughts, Not an intrusive litany that keeps you awake with theological puzzles, but a soft reassurance that patterns of care exist and that the same care that has kept others is near to keep you tonight. If your mind resists these words with cynicism, answer not with argument but with small evidence. Remember one past night when a worry you thought would never settle did lessen by morning, or when a small kindness changed the direction of a distressing week. Bring that example to the present, and let it be proof that the pattern can repeat. The chapter also includes an image of searching and gathering, a gathering not of condemnation, but of making whole. Think of your scattered thoughts like scattered papers that are gently collected and placed into a neat stack on a table, slightly reorganized, easier to look at, less likely to spark immediate panic. Imagine hands that do not scold as they gather, but move with competence and care, setting aside what must wait and smoothing what is frayed. There is also a sense of being equipped for tomorrow. Tonight's rest is not an escape, but a replenishment, a preparation for the mild labors of the morning. See rest as a practical training ground where resilience is cultivated. The more you let the present hour be for rest, the more capable you will be for the gentle tasks that await. Practice a tiny ritual to mark this transition. Take 3 breaths, naming in your mind one small thing you can let go of for the night on each out-breath. The last text you keep rewriting, the next day's list, the imagined catastrophes. And on each in-breath, draw in the image of that stabilizing hand. Feel its warmth spread from chest to shoulders, down the arms, to the tips of your fingers. Let muscles soften as you do this. Let the practiced tension melt into the mattress or chair beneath you, trusting the hold that does not let go. The passage's promise that you are not forsaken also offers a gentle reorientation for relational worries. If there is someone who has disappointed you or whom you fear will not come through, the comfort here is not to deny the hurt, but to remember that you are held in a larger fidelity that can carry you through the ache. Allow yourself to be fragile in this moment without shame. Fragility is not the absence of faith, but the place where tenderness does its closest work. Imagine your fragility like a delicate vessel set into a protective cradle. The cradle does not flatten the vessel, but keeps it safe while it is tended. If insomnia or racing thoughts persist, try a simple counting breath to provide a steady rhythm. Breathe in slowly to the count of 4, hold one small moment, breathe out to the count of 6, each time repeating inwardly a short reassurance. I am held on the in-breath. I am safe on the out-breath, and let the pace smooth the jagged edges of worry. The text also promises that the future is watched over, that there is an ordering of things that surpasses tonight's alarmed imaginings. Let that future watching become a calm horizon inside your mind, not erasing concern, but reducing the urgency that steals rest. Think of it as a watchful neighbor who keeps an eye on your house so you do not have to stand guard all night. You can lock the door and lie down, because someone reliable walks the rounds. In the slowing of your breath and the softening of your muscles, allow gratitude to seep in, not as a forced laundry list, but as a gentle noticing of 1 or 2 small mercies from the day, perhaps a warm drink, a kind glance, a moment of laughter. Let those bits of warmth be like tiny stones you place in your palm and turn until their edges polish into calm. The chapter's steady refrain that God will not abandon you is the sound to return to whenever your attention strays. A short, slow phrase, "You will not be alone," spoken quietly, like a lullaby, until its cadence replaces the harsh chime of worry. Let your mind rest against that cadence. Allow it to become the mattress upon which the night's thoughts are laid. Finally, imagine the last scene before sleep as a gentle closing of a book, with the knowledge that the story continues in the morning under the same watchful hand. Set the book down, let your hands fall to your lap or your sides, feel the calm that comes from choosing rest over restless mastery, and trust that this choosing is itself an act of wisdom. Stay here as long as you need, breathing with the promise that you are chosen, upheld, and carried, When sleep comes, let it come like the closing of a trusted hand over the day, a soft shelter that keeps the small boats of your thoughts from being capsized by the night's waves. Part 21, Isaiah 26. Isaiah. In the hush of evening, come and let a steady thought settle. There is a city whose walls are faithfulness and whose gates are peace. And into that place your heart is invited to come and rest. Imagine walking toward its low-lit street at twilight, each step easing a little of the day's tightness, each footfall saying aloud that you do not have to carry every question tonight. Consider the quiet promise that the mind kept on what is steady is itself kept in a kind of perfect calm, not a shallow quiet, but a deepness that holds what frets and smooths the sharp edges of fear simply by refusing to let them fill the room. Breathe in that possibility and let it reach into the parts of you that have been holding their breath. Picture a stronghold that is not cold stone, but a sanctuary warmed by a faithful presence, who notices the small things you fear will go unseen. The unspoken worry, the tiny disappointment, the list you cannot yet finish, bring each one in with a soft exhale, and imagine setting it on a bench where it will be seen and tended, not scolded or dismissed. Hear the invitation to trust as an ordinary motion you can perform right now. A single decision to hold your thoughts loosely, not to force them into tidy answers, but to hand them over with a simple phrase, "This for now," and feel how your shoulders begin, almost without drama, to drop a little lower. The chapter speaks of salvation like a wall of safety, and of song rising in the night. Allow that song to be gentle in your imagination, a low hum that threads through your breathing, and let it remind you that rest is not earned by frantic striving, but given to those who turn their attention toward what is steady and true. When anxious images crowd the door, picture them as travelers at the city gate who must pause while you open the heavy, careful latch of your attention. Do not rush to answer every demand, but listen for what is important enough to take into morning hands and what can be left at the gate until dawn. There is a tenderness in being remembered in such a way that you are not asked to prove your worth before welcome is given. Imagine a host who has set a place already, who knows the shape of your fatigue and has folded a blanket across the seat so you may sit without pretense. Let the quiet rhythm of the lines in this chapter become a breathing pattern for you. Inhale the thought of being guarded. Exhale the reflex to secure everything yourself. Breathe in assurance. Breathe out the tension that has been living in your neck. The text also speaks of walking in the way of uprightness and of the mind that keeps its course. Think of uprightness tonight, not as a heavy standard, but as a gentle alignment, a spine eased rather than forced, a calm gaze that seeks what is true rather than what terrifies, and rest in the fact that peace follows such a steady way, not like a prize but like a companion that chooses to stay near. If doubts say you must know all the outcomes before you can sleep, answer with a small practice. Take one worry, name it plainly, breathe it into a single, short request, and then let the mind return to the felt safe surface beneath you. Repeat this until the habit of handing over becomes a familiar motion. The prophet's voice remembers seasons of trial and offers a present help. When the heart feels like it will fracture under the weight of imagined futures, there is a sustaining hand that will not let you fall. Picture that hand as something tangible in your mind, warm and sure, cradling the parts of you that clench and smoothing them until the ache loosens its grip. Consider too the idea that for every night there is a morning that has already been accounted for in ways you cannot yet see. This is not a quick solution, but a slow assurance that the present darkness is part of a broader story of care. Let this widen the field of your vision so that tonight's troubles are held by a horizon that goes beyond them. As the chapter folds prayer into waiting, practice a few moments of waiting that are not frantic. Let your breathing lengthen. Count without urgency to 3 on the in-breath and to 5 on the out-breath, and with each cycle, imagine a small rope being uncoiled from your chest until the knot of the day has lost its tautness. There is also a call in the text to trust the faithful one who keeps covenant. Translate that into a practical image for your present hour. a promise written on a small, untearable card that lives in your pocket, not because you need to read it 1,000 times, but because remembering it once is enough to change how you set your jaw and how you close your eyes. Let gratitude be a soft partner to trust. Name one tiny mercy from today, the sound of a friendly voice, the warmth of a cup, a brief moment of laughter, and let that single memory be a pebble you turn in your hand until its edges become smooth and its weight steadies you. If the mind conjures lists of undone tasks, imagine placing them into an old chest at the edge of the city square and closing its lid, promising to return at sunrise with clearer hands. This is not avoidance, but a discipline that respects the night as the time for repair and recovery. The chapter also imagines a people whose will is stilled and whose thoughts are freed from vain alarm. Let that imagining work in you now. As you breathe, name one persistent, fearful thought and imagine releasing it like a bird from your open palm, watching it rise and finding its own place in the wide sky, while you remain on the bench, safe and watched. There is a steady refrain here about justice and rightness that calms rather than condemns. Think of it as a rhythm of small right choices rather than grand transformations. One kind word, one honest moment, one decision to let go tonight. These small acts are the real work that makes sleep less restless and mornings more manageable. Picture your inner life as a lamplit room rather than a roaring furnace. The lamp reveals only enough to walk by, enough to see the next step, but not so much that every imagined danger becomes real. Allow that lamp to be your mental posture tonight, moderate and kind, showing the path without sharpening every shadow into a threat. If sorrow sits heavy, bring it to that lamp and lay it on the table. Observe without needing to fix it fully, and know that being witnessed softly often begins the healing long before intellectual answers arrive. The chapter's voice returns again and again to the theme of firm reliance. Consider adopting a short nightly liturgy in its spirit, a brief confession of what you cannot control, a thank you for what was merciful today, and a small, trustful handing over of tomorrow's worries, 3 steps that together make room for sleep. Let the promise of being kept in peace be neither a vague hope nor a pressure to feel immediately different, but a patient process. Expect that some nights the relief will be nearly instantaneous, and others it will come like a tide that slowly covers the sand. Both ways are part of the same kindness. As your eyelids grow heavy, return to a final image, a gate that closes gently behind your most urgent fears, not to lock them out forever, but to give them a night in which they cannot shout at you. Inside, the city's watchman moves quietly along the walls, keeping steady watch so you may breathe without planning how to survive. Breathe in the steadiness of that scene, breathe out the tension that has been keeping you alert, and rest with the small, repeating promise that your mind can be kept when it chooses to stay on what is true and kind. Let that choice, made softly now, be the last small act of the day before sleep carries you into the morning's tender surprises. Part 22, Psalm 84. If your eyes are heavy and your thoughts keep circling, come closer and let this quiet psalm be a little harbor for you tonight. Imagine a traveler who has walked a long day and now stands at the edge of a beloved town, drawn not by noise, but by a simple longing to be home. Hear that longing as if it were your own, a gentle ache for belonging that softens rather than sharpens the heart. Breathe in slowly and picture the doors of a familiar house opening wide. Breathe out and imagine laying down the heavy pack you have carried, feeling its straps loosen across your shoulders. The psalmist speaks of delight in being near the courts. Think of those courts now as a warm room, where light moves slowly across the floor and someone you trust waits with a low chair and a cup of something steady. There is no demand to explain yourself here, only an invitation to rest in a presence that understands the shape of your night. Let the scene settle, the slight tilt of afternoon light, the sound of a distant door closing against the cold, the hush of voices that know your name and do not need to summon your best performance. As you breathe, Let the longing for home be translated into a concrete practice. One small hand on your chest at each inhale, one slow release at each exhale, a simple counting of 3 in and 4 out, until your pulse matches the unhurried pace of someone who does not keep watch only by worry but by faithful presence. The psalm remembers strength found along the way, strength in the straight path, in the steady beat of feet that have learned not to race toward a mirage but to follow a well-worn trail. Imagine your steps being guided by such a steady rhythm, a companion walking beside you who knows both the shortcuts and the rest stops, who will point out a place to sit when you need it and will not be impatient if you stay longer than planned. Think of the valley you passed through as a place that taught you a small, valuable lesson. Rest is not a sign of surrender, but a wise pause where courage is renewed. Allow your shoulders to unfurl as that thought takes root, and let the tight coils at the back of your neck unknit like a rope loosened by careful hands. Picture the simplest comforts being offered to you: shade for your head, water for your throat, a place to set your feet that is not a claim on your worth, but a provision for your body. If worry keeps whispering of unfinished lists and people you must please, imagine setting that scroll of names and tasks on a table by the doorway of the house you have entered. It is still there in the morning if you need it, but tonight it is allowed to rest while you are tended. There is in this psalm a quiet promise. Those who live in the shelter of this closeness find joy like a song that rises in the night and becomes a steady companion. Let that song be the rhythm of your breathing now, a low hum in the back of the mind that chases away the sharper alarms. If fear stirs like wind on the sill, answer it with the psalm's steady claim that strength and protection are near for those who take refuge. Imagine a gentle guard at the gate, an unflustered, dependable presence whose role is not to dramatize safety, but to make sure you can sleep without rehearsing every possible threat. As your jaw softens, let the emptier thoughts that demand attention dissolve as if the room slowly fills with an unhurried light. Each inhalation invites reassurance. Each exhalation is a small surrender of the need to fix everything before morning. There is also an image of pilgrimage here, a people moving together toward the same quiet place. So if loneliness rings like a bell in the night, remember that you are imagined in a company that travels with you, faces that smile without tallying your worth, hands that have steadied others in storms and now rest their palms on your shoulders to help you breathe. Let yourself rest into that imagined companionship. You do not have to carry every layer of solitude tonight, because others have been where you are, and their quiet presence will echo in your bones like a hearth's warmth. The psalmist even pictures the city of God as a place that receives blessing, not the noisy, ephemeral kind, but a long-rooted blessing that sits like a lamp on a mantle, steady through seasons of night. Let that image become your small lamp tonight, a light you can look at when the dark argues that nothing will change, a modest glow that keeps panic from swallowing the room. Practice a short, gentle litany as you breathe. Inhale in the thought, I am welcomed. Hold briefly. Exhale, I am kept. And let each repetition smooth the jagged edges of the mind until even the rehearsed anxieties feel less urgent. The psalm also acknowledges the weariness of the traveler and answers it with hope. Those who trust will mount up with wings like eagles. Think of that not as a flashy rescue, but as the slow strengthening that comes from consistent rest, muscles recovering, sight clearing, patience building in small increments, so that by morning you will find steadier footing and kinder eyes toward the tasks ahead. You are not required to leap into that strength by sheer will tonight. Allow it to come as a byproduct of choosing rest, of accepting a single offered cup and letting the warmth of it circulate through your limbs. If there is regret or a sense that you have wandered, let the psalm's homecoming posture be your balm. Coming near is not about having everything arranged perfectly, but about deciding to return to what matters, a place of steady love that does not shame the wayward, but folds them back in with quiet celebration. Imagine the door opening with the sound of hands on hinges rather than the slam of judgment. Taste the relief as the tension falls from the shoulders, and let the face, once hard with worry, soften as if someone has brushed away a grain of sand you had been grinding with your teeth. Notice how this softer face invites sleep more readily. A body that is trusted can surrender more easily. Breathe in the reality that you can be honest with the one whose court you seek. Bring one small fear into the hush and say it gently. I am tired. I am worried about. And imagine that breath being received like a letter laid on a table. Read, understood, not punished, and then set aside with care. There is room in that receiving for a quiet rearrangement of perspective. Problems do not disappear, but the weight they carry for you tonight can be lightened by shared attention. Let gratitude, small and unforced, be a companion now. Note one thing from today: a cup of tea, a kind word, a small good turn, and hold it like a soft stone in your palm. Feel its smoothness steady your hand and remind you that even hard days contain moments of mercy. The psalmist's confidence is not a clanging trumpet, but a slow, sure belief in shelter and song. Adopt that tone for yourself tonight. Speak quietly to the inner critic when it arises. This moment is for rest, and return to the simple tasks of breathing and listening. If your thoughts splinter into lists, practice the gentleness of folding one item at a time into a single box labeled morning. Close the lid without guilt and feel the relief of having organized rather than abandoned those things. You are postponing, not escaping. As the hush deepens, imagine the house's night watch moving in a slow, faithful circle outside. Again, not a spectacle, but a steady presence that keeps the place safe so you can sleep. Allow your limbs to grow heavy, as if the bed itself is a welcome hand. The pillow a small mound of mercy under your head. Let the psalm linger on the feeling of being counted among those who find favor. Favor here is a quiet keeping rather than flashy reward, and let that keeping draw the last sharp edges from your thoughts. Stay with the breath, the small lamp, the cup in the hand, the opened door, the unhurried friend. Let them form a single landscape where fear does not have the final word. If sleep comes slowly, use this time to imagine the next day shaped by gentler rhythms, small priorities taken one at a time, hands steady rather than frantic, a heart that remembers how to rest and therefore how to act with clearer compassion. Rest now in the house that welcomes you. Let the psalm's steady song be the hush that rocks you, soft, unadorned, true. And when you breathe in, let that song swell. When you breathe out, let worry fall like rain from a leaf. Tonight you are invited to be near, to be known and to be kept. Receive that invitation and let it carry you into the sleep that heals. Matthew 11. Come closer, and let these words fall soft and steady across the places in you that tire quickest. Imagine Jesus speaking as one who has walked dusty roads and knows the ache of a heavy load, and hear him say, "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Let that invitation be the first small hook that steadies your breath. Picture a wide doorway opening in a quiet house, the kind you remember from visits where someone always had a lamp lit and a cup warm on the table. You do not have to knock with polished pleas or tidy answers. Only step through and let the one who knows the exact shape of your weariness meet you there. As you stand at that threshold, practice one small motion. Take a slow breath in and imagine letting the weight you carry gather into your hands like a bundle of tired cloth. Breathe out and place it gently on a bench inside the room, trusting that it will be tended. The voice continues, "Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." Hear that phrase as an offer, not another task, a change in posture from straining to carrying, from gripping to sharing, from trying to prove your worth by constant output to receiving worth as a present given. Visualize the yoke not as a harsh instrument, but as a companionable beam across two shoulders, sharing the weight so each step becomes easier. Imagine a friend beside you, whose steadiness matches your pace, who leans in when the path climbs and relaxes when it levels out. Let your shoulders drop in response to that picture. Imagine the small muscles around your neck unknitting one by one as if a careful hand is easing a taut string. The text invites you to learn, not to cram facts, but to adopt a posture of rest, and so practice as you breathe. Inhale with the thought, I will learn to rest. Exhale with, I am not alone. Feel how saying these phrases softly to yourself moves tension down into the floor. Notice the gentleness promised, a different kind of strength that does not shout but steadies by being present. It is like a steady lantern held low so you can see your next step without being blinded by a sudden glare. When the mind starts to tally failures or run scenarios of what tomorrow might demand, return to the slow lantern light, to the small place at the table that has been kept for you, and allow the racing lists to fold down like maps that will be looked at in daylight, not unfolded in the hush of night. The chapter also holds a thoughtful critique of the world's loud measures. It names how people look for flashy signs and constant drama, and in that naming it offers relief. You need not perform for rest. You need not drum up evidence of worth to be invited in. Breathe that in as permission, permission to be ordinary in this hour, to sit with your hands empty or full and still be welcome. Imagine the sound of feet on the road slowing as they near this place, the clatter of worry settling into a soft pad, the mind's high volume dimming to a manageable hum. There is also a tenderness in the way the invitation shapes the soul. Rest is promised not only for the body, but for the deeper inner places where anxieties spin and questions gnaw. Picture those inner chambers like rooms in a house that have been left too bright for too long, and now the windows are opened to let a cool evening breeze move through, rearranging stale patterns into a fresh quiet. Let your breath be that breeze, a deliberate, slow cycle that moves through you, cooling the heated parts and calming the overactive ones. The passage further speaks of childlike trust as the pathway to receiving, not a simplistic naivety, but the unclenched attention of someone who knows to trust a faithful hand with small things. Think of a child leaning into an adult's shoulder during a thunderstorm. The child's heartbeat slows because another heartbeat matches it. Allow your breath to match this idea. Breathe in as if drawing near to a calm heart. Breathe out as if letting your own quickness be softened by that steadier pulse. There is also a scene here of the great being praised and the humble being known, a truth that can reframe the night. You are not invisible in your smallness. Rather, in your simplicity, you are invited into a closeness where depth is plumbed not by spectacle, but by steady presence. Let that reshape how you evaluate the small events of your day. A quiet conversation, a meal eaten without hurry, a kindness given without fanfare. Let these be counted tonight as the currency of rest. The chapter balances promise with a quiet warning about rejecting such invitations. Consider that as a gentle nudge to choose rest now, not later, because choosing to lay burdens down for a single night trains the body and mind to trust again. Practice that choice by identifying one worry that nags most at bedtime, breathe its name with a whisper, and place it beside the bench in your imagined room. Promise yourself you will reopen it with daylight and a fresh mind. The voice of Jesus in this chapter models labor shared with a steady companion. Imagine a farmer in the evening, tools set aside, leaning on a gate while the companion walks beside him and carries the smaller load. Their conversation is soft, the tasks deferred for morning, the trust between them evident in the easy pace. Let that farm evening image be the backdrop to your breath, slow, shaded, companionable, and sense the muscles behind the eyes unweave as you picture the sun setting on your day's frantic labor. The text also offers an ethic of gentleness and humility for living that changes how one meets the next day. A rested person tends better to others, speaks more kindly in the morning, and has steadier hands for small acts of mercy. Imagine the way a well-rested person moves differently. Their voice is softer, their focus less scattered, their generosity more accessible, and allow the temptation to burn the candle at both ends to lose its appeal as you see the long-term gain of tonight's surrender. If shame or a harsh inner judge insists that you must earn the rest you long for, answer gently with two truths. You are invited, and invitations are not transactions. Repeat quietly. I am invited. I am accepted. Let these phrases fold into your breathing like two soft blankets layered together. The passage's invitation is both intimate and practical. Come, rest, learn. So practice the learning bit with a simple exercise. Pick one small place of the day you would change if you had the energy. Perhaps a sharper word left unsaid, a quick act of grace withheld. And imagine doing that thing tomorrow with a refreshed heart. The possibility of improvement need not rob you of rest tonight, but becomes a reason to replenish. There is also a deepening in the chapter that links rest with the kingdom's way, a life paced by the heart's steadiness rather than the clock's tyranny, and this offers a larger horizon to tonight's surrender. You are participating in a rhythm that outlasts a single deadline, one that honors night for restoration and day for service. Let that larger rhythm ease the frantic temptation to cram productivity into every hour. Instead, picture your life as a longer song with verses of work and choruses of rest. Breathe in the song, breathe out the static of urgent alarms. The invitation to learn from the gentle teacher includes the gift of being held while you unlearn harmful habits. Habits like running through worst-case scenarios, replaying conversations until your chest tightens, or measuring worth by nightly achievements. Imagine each of those habits as a knotted rope. Allow the teacher's hands to untie one small knot tonight while you watch and breathe, seeing how the process itself quiets the mind more than scolding ever could. The chapter also reminds us that compassion is at the heart of calling people in, not condemnation. Picture someone standing in a doorway with arms open, not to lecture but to receive, their posture saying, "Come as you are." Let that image be the last you hold before sleep, an embrace that notices every small fracture and does not require immediate polishing. If your mind insists on replaying painful memories, offer them the same courtesy you give to tomorrow's lists. Name one memory, hand it to the imaginary embrace, and then redirect your attention to breath, perhaps counting slowly to 4 on the inhale and 6 on the exhale to lengthen the rhythm until the mind's replay loses its urgency. Likewise, when worry imagines catastrophic futures, try the chapter's remedy. Take that imagined scene and reframe it as a possibility to be met with help, not a fate you must prevent alone. Picture help arriving in ordinary ways, a friend speaking a kind word, a neighbor offering a small assistance, your own steady hands guided by restful clarity tomorrow. These ordinary helps often arrive unheralded but prove enough. Imagine them as soft lights on a path rather than emergency flares, and let their measured glow make the night's darkness less menacing. The chapter closes with the quiet assurance of rest for those who accept the invitation. Hear that not as a one-time promise but as a practice. Each time you choose to come, to lay down, to learn gentleness, you strengthen the muscle of trust, making future choices of rest easier. So let tonight be a practice night. Decide now in a simple breath to accept the rest offered. Breathe in, saying, "I will come." Breathe out, saying, "I will learn." Feel the body respond, how the jaw relaxes, the shoulders fall, the chest opens a little more. Imagine the room's lamp dimming to the perfect level for sleep, the bench holding your day's burdens, the host drawing a light, steady blanket over your shoulders without needing to check your ledger. Hold this scene and let it stretch into a slow silence that is not empty but full of presence. If wakefulness returns, return without judgment to the same practice. Breathe, name one small thing to hand over, and picture the bench. The chapter's simple words become your night's lullaby. Come, take, learn, rest. Let that refrain play quietly as you drift, the rhythm of invitation and acceptance, as sure as a heartbeat, as soft as a tide, carrying you into sleep with the knowledge that you are met and kept, that rest is not the absence of care, but the presence of one who shares your yoke and eases your step. and that tonight, in choosing to come, you join a long line of weary people who found their souls quieted by a steady, gentle hand. Psalm 16. Come close and settle as if easing into a familiar chair by a quiet window, and let this small, steady psalm be the soft lantern that lights the edge of your night. Here is a reminder that a life placed into care becomes a place of peace. Imagine saying with gentle confidence, "You are my portion and my cup," as if naming the one steady thing you can lean on when the world's lists are loudest. Breathe that sentence in tonight and feel the chest soften a fraction, as if a knot has been loosened. Picture God as the nearest friend who keeps watch in the room across the hall. Not distant or distracted, but attentive to the small noises you cannot quite name. The paper the world keeps rustling, the small worry that has kept you turning. And imagine offering that friend one single thing you want him to hold while you sleep. A name, a fear, a hope. As you breathe in slowly, let the thought come that this presence is not an anonymous guard, but the one who counsels and keeps you safe. You are not a tossed shadow on the wall, but a person whose steps are watched and whose heart is known. Remember how it feels to have someone at your back when you walk a thin path. Take that image and place it right behind your shoulder blades so that every small tightening there can melt into a steady, supportive warmth. The psalm speaks of choosing the Lord as one's refuge. Think of refuge not as a high, distant fortress, but as the soft corner of a home where tired hands can set down a burden, and the face of the carer leans over in a way that says, "Rest here, I have you." Let that kindness be your first inhalation. Breathe in the truth of being sheltered, and exhale the frantic need to keep every possibility in motion. There is a phrase in this prayer that is like a quiet anchor, placing the Lord always before you. Consider that as a simple practice for tonight. When thought races to what if and how will, stop for one small heartbeat and imagine bringing your attention back to the near light and keeping it there for just one breath. Do that gently without scolding yourself, as if you were guiding a child's wandering hand back into yours. The psalmist says that with such a posture, the path of life becomes known. Don't expect an immediate roadmap for tomorrow, but allow a small inner clarity to arrive, a sense of what matters next and what can wait until morning. Let this clarity calm the inventory that usually keeps you awake, the unfinished emails, the undone small tasks, by reminding you that some things are for daylight hands and tonight is for repair. Picture your life as a bowl held at someone kind's hand. The contents are seen and still met with care. Feel the soft steadiness of that attention settle into the muscles of your face. Let the brow uncrease, let the jaw unclench, and breathe again. The psalm moves on to a quiet, joyful claim, that in the presence of this steadiness there is fullness of joy, not the brittle, showy kind that depends on applause, but a deep, restful gladness that sits like warmth in the chest. Imagine that joy as a warm cup placed beside your bed. Enough for tonight, exactly what you need to thaw the tight places. Drink from that image slowly with each inward breath, and notice how the edges of worry lose their sharpness. There is also a courageous hope in these words, a trust that life's days are held and cannot be snatched away by the night's anxious imaginings. So let that hope be the steady hum beneath your thoughts. You are included in something that stretches beyond immediate fear, and that larger scope gives perspective to what seems overwhelming in the small hours. If guilt or regret circles like a familiar nightbird, do not try to frighten it off with willpower. Instead, hand it over piece by piece to the one who knows your story, imagining each memory placed in his open palm and met with a kindness that does not tally mistakes but lovingly rearranges them into lessons and a quieter heart. The psalmist trusts counsel at night. Follow him by inviting one small question to the hush, a simple request for guidance about a next step, for gentleness in your own heart, for courage to do tomorrow what needs doing, and then rest, leaving the answer to form with morning's light. Think too of the body's needs being acknowledged. Let the breath slow until it feels natural. Let limbs feel the support of the mattress or chair beneath them. And let the small motions of the night be minimal and caring. A hand on your chest to feel the steady beat. A soft focus on the window where moonlight pours like silver water. The psalm closes with quiet certainty about the path beyond the present moment. Rather than spinning into future catastrophes, imagine being carried forward by hands that will not let go, walking into a morning that has been arranged in ways you cannot yet see, but that will open in ordinary, merciful ways. A cup warmed when you need it, a friend's voice at the right moment, a clear mind for the task you dread. As you lie here, let the words you've heard become a small liturgy for the night. You are my portion. I keep you before me. I trust the path. Whisper them slowly in time with your breathing until the rhythm becomes the only sound you are following. The goal is not a sudden miracle, but a gradual softening. Each repetition loosens the stubborn grip of worry a little more until the mind's loop loses its traction and sleep can slip in like a quiet guest. Rest then in the companionship of this care. Know that resting is not passive indifference, but a wise act of trust, a decision to let the day be held by the steady hand you have invited. Feel your shoulders lower a touch, your face relax, the breath lengthen. Imagine the warm cup still at your side and the lamp dimming to its perfect level. Tonight, let Psalm 16 be the hushed conversation that steadies you, a refuge named, a portion claimed, a path, and a quiet joy placed near your heart. And as you breathe these truths into the night, allow your body to follow where the Spirit already leans, giving permission for sleep to come gently now. Psalm 145. Come near and rest a while, as if stepping into a quiet room where praise is a soft lamp rather than a loud trumpet. Imagine beginning with a gentle breath that names the name of what steadies you, and let that naming be like setting down a small stone on a table, simple, real enough to focus the hand. Breathe in slowly, noticing the rise at your ribs. Breathe out and feel a tiny loosening across the shoulders. Keep this rhythm as I speak, and allow each phrase to be a small, steadying thing that collects in the chest like warm embers. Think of a voice that praises not for show, but because there is a goodness too steady to ignore. Notice how the world turns and how, beneath the rush, a pattern of care repeats itself, morning after morning, quiet mercies arriving like small gifts you did not have to earn. Let your imagination rest on the shape of that goodness. Not an abstract claim, but concrete acts. Food when hunger came. Words of comfort when the night demanded more than you had. A hand reached out in a moment when you almost turned away. Picture that compassion as the well you have learned to find in seasons of thirst, always available, never capped, its edges worn by many who came before and found it full. Hear the assurance that this care is patient. When your heart has been slow to trust, when mistakes pile up like winter sticks, it does not leave you shivering. Instead, it gathers you into a shelter where the wind cannot unsettle you so easily. Imagine a guardian who keeps watch with the tenderness of someone who knows your name and remembers the small details, the way you like your tea, the ache behind your smile, the tender places you would rather not show, all known, all met without surprise. Let that intimate knowledge be a balm. Breathe in the fact of being remembered. Breathe out the habit of proving yourself. The psalm speaks of greatness not as distant thunder, but as the wide, steady reach that bends low enough to meet the everyday. Picture power that cultivates rather than crushes, strength that lifts the fallen rather than shaming them, a hands-on care that steadies wobbling feet and helps breath return to a normal human cadence. Imagine your cares placed gently into hands that transform them not by flashy miracles, but by steady provision. A clear step tomorrow, a reconciling word, a small clarity where fog had settled. Allow the thought that the one who watches is attentive to the smallest cry to draw your attention inward. If your breath stumbles with worry, bring it here, and let the awareness that someone listens smooth the ragged edge of thought. The psalmist names a God who is gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. Let those 4 words roll through you like a cool hand, along a fevered brow. Gracious, compassionate, slow to anger, steadfast love. Each one a small, repeating lullaby that quiets the mind's louder protests. With each repetition, feel your jaw unclench a little more. The place where tension nests begin to give way to a more relaxed posture. Picture the span of generations, the long arc that remembers the faithful patterns of kindness. You are part of a lineage of nights turned into mornings by a persistent goodness, so your present unrest is not the last word, but a single verse in a longer, kinder song. Let that wide perspective loosen the pressure that says you must solve everything tonight. Some things are mended slowly, by small patient acts, and sleep is one of the ways your mind pieces together what the day has scattered. Imagine also that the eyes attending you are not quick to judge, but steady like a lighthouse that watches each tiny wave. Those eyes notice the smallest tilt in your heart and answer not with scorn, but with help fitted to your precise need. If shame or regret presses near, bring one small memory to the lamp and lay it down, not to be dismissed lightly, but to be placed honestly where it can be seen and tended, not hidden and allowed to fester. Hear the promise that the one who cares listens to the cry of the needy, that he has his ear to the ground of your life, and will not be deaf to the whispered worries you cannot yet form into sentences. Breathe that in. Breathe as if drawing the sound of being heard into your chest. Exhale as if setting your tightness down on a bench, trusting that it will be kept until morning. The psalm speaks of giving good things to those who call, not always in the shape we first imagine, but in forms that meet the deeper need. Practice a small reimagining now. The answer you want may come soft and delayed, but often what arrives is the exact medicine your next morning will need. Picture the compassion that gives courage to the weak, lifts the fallen, and sustains the wavering. Imagine that support as a slow tide that steadies feet planted on shifting ground so you can breathe without bracing for the next imagined avalanche. Let images of kindness multiply. A neighbor's quiet help, a friend's unexpected message, sleep that comes earlier than expected. Treat each as a small proof that the pattern of care is real and reliable. As your breathing finds its own natural length, consider letting gratitude be a companion, not to banish sorrow but to hold it in a different light. Name one little mercy, perhaps a warm cup, a remembered laugh, a body that carried you through the day, and turn it like a smooth pebble in your palm until its edges become calming to the touch. This practice does not deny difficulty. It reframes your night so that trouble takes its smaller, honest place beside mercy, rather than crowding out the whole room. The psalm also speaks of the kingdom, of a realm where the works of God are told and celebrated. Imagine that realm as a slow, steady festival where quiet virtues are honored, patience, faithfulness, small acts of mercy that rarely make headlines but make homes safe. Let the thought of such a kingdom be a slow umbrella, under which tonight's small anxieties may be set down and left to mourning hands. Feel the ease of not carrying everything alone. This is not an abdication, but a wise handing over, an acknowledgement that some loads are better kept by wider arms. If your mind tries to rehearse the long list of what tomorrow might require, practice a simple discipline. Collect those thoughts, place them in an imagined box beside you labeled morning, close the lid, and breathe, knowing you can open it with daylight and clearer eyes. Do this softly without judgment, as if tucking a child into bed, tender, patient, unhurried. The psalmist promises that steadfast love is from generation to generation, and in that promise there is a rhythm that can be copied tonight. Steady, repeated acts of handing over, small mercies given and received, a practice of trust that trains the heart to sleep more readily over time. Let that gentle rehearsal continue as you lie there. Inhale the phrase steadfast love, feel it settle across your collarbone. Exhale the phrase I am held, and repeat until the repetition itself is a quiet drum that drowns the louder alarms. Imagine the world outside your door moving as it must, but picture a circle of calm around you, where right now the work is simply to rest, to be replenished, to let the small repairs of sleep do their careful work. If fear creeps up with its usual clever arguments, answer not with force but with two small truths repeated in slow breath. You are known and you are cared for. Let those truths be like a soft blanket drawn over your heart until your chest stops hitching at each imagined disaster. Finally, place one last small trust into the hush, a single line you hand over and will not pick up again until morning. The relationship that worries you, the choice you fear you made, the night's persistent dread. Imagine laying it on the table and pushing it gently toward the lamp. Feel relief as the weight leaves your grasp and is received into hands that will not let go. Stay with the rhythm of breath and the steady images of compassion, of praise that is warm rather than loud, of a presence that notices and responds, and allow the whole scene to carry you gently towards sleep. Praise as a soft lamp, mercy as a steady stream, attention as a warm hand, love that endures, that... Let these thoughts become the last sounds in your mind as eyelids grow heavy and the body yields. Breathe in the hush of being remembered, breathe out into the steady calm of being cared for, and rest now with the quiet certainty that you are kept through the night. Part 26, Romans 12. Come near and let this invitation quiet the busy parts of your mind. Think of offering your whole self as a living sacrifice, not something dramatic to perform, but a gentle handing over of the small, tired pieces you clutch in the dark. Place them one by one on a simple table before the one who knows the shape of your fear and the places where you brace. Breathe slowly and imagine that offering as a warm act, like setting a lantern down after a long walk, the weight easing from your shoulders because you no longer must keep the light burning by your own anxious effort. Hear the gentle counsel to not model your nights on the hurried patterns of a frantic world. Instead, let your mind be renewed by slower rhythms, the steady truths that change how you think about worth and worry. You're not measured by sharp lists or endless to-dos, but held by a presence that reshapes small failures into lessons and fatigue into a call to rest. Let the renewing be a practical breathwork. Inhale surrender. Exhale the need to solve every possible problem before morning. With each cycle, imagine your thoughts rearranging themselves from jagged to smooth, like pebbles polished by a river. Consider the quiet wisdom of knowing your unique gifts and place, not to fret about being lesser or to demand applause, but to find a small, steady usefulness that fits you like a glove and frees you from comparisons that keep you awake. Picture your gifts as soft lamps you carry into the next day. They do not have to be all the light, only enough to guide the next footstep. When the night stirs up old resentments or sharp judgments toward others, practice a softer recall. Love sincerely. Hate what is wrong but cling to what is good. Let honor live where bitterness once settled. Imagine those resentments melting under a gentle warmth, each softened thought a loosening in the muscles of the jaw, each reframed memory a small release in the chest. There is a tenderness here toward the ordinary acts of life. Rejoice with those who rejoice, weep with those who weep. A rhythm that makes relationships less like burdens and more like shared fires around which weary people warm themselves. Think of yourself among a quiet circle of companions, not alone but connected by many small threads of kindness. You need not fix every broken thing tonight. Only remember that company exists and that your small acts of care will matter without demanding immediate proof. When zeal and diligence come to mind, let them be tempered by patience. Be fervent in spirit, yet steady in rest, making space for both movement and stillness so that the next day's labor will not be driven by exhaustion. Allow the counsel to hold hope with a calm heart, to settle like a steady lighthouse behind the eyes. Hope that does not roar but keeps its light, enough to orient you without forcing wakefulness. Practice a small rhythm for agitation. Name one anxious thought, breathe it into a short prayer, and then return to breathing with gratitude for one small mercy, perhaps a warm drink, a friend's smile, the fact of a roof over your head. And notice how gratitude softens the edges of panic. The chapter calls you to persist in prayer and to rejoice in hope and endure in affliction. Translate that into the night by allowing prayer to be more breathing than speech, a steady intake of trust, a slow release of worry, and the repeated quiet refrain that you are not carrying this alone. Let the line about contributing to the needs of the saints and showing hospitality be reimagined tonight as a practice of imagined generosity. Picture setting aside one small worry in a box labeled mourning, and another as a care you could share with a trusted friend tomorrow. The act of imagining lessens the load now because you do not have to hold everything yourself. Where enemies or unfairness press at the edge of your thoughts, take to heart the counsel to live peaceably as much as it depends on you. This is not a command to surrender boundaries, but a call to choose quietly, not to let anger be the night's soundtrack. Visualize breaking the cycle of retaliation by placing a tiny seed of blessing where bitterness would have grown. Imagine how blessing may look small and ordinary, a courteous thought, a forgiveness offered in the dark to yourself or another. And know that such seeds convert sharp feelings into gentler growth by morning. There is a powerful ease in the admonition to overcome evil with good. Imagine dark, tense knots in your body, loosening one by one into a softer weave as you picture responding to your own inner critic with unexpected kindness, answering fear with a patient gesture toward yourself, replacing accusations with steady, truthful statements like, "I will breathe through this," or "One small step tomorrow will help." Hold these phrases as mantras, not because they work as magic, but because repetition trains the heart to find a calmer path when familiar alarms arise. The text invites a sober humility. Do not think of yourself more highly than you ought, but relate to others with honest proportion. So tonight, practice simple honesty with yourself. If you are tired, say so. If you are afraid, name it. If you need help, imagine asking for it simply and clearly, without performance or shame. Picture that vulnerability as a soft lantern in the middle of a campsite. Others will see the light and know you are present, and you will find your own need met in the quiet generosity of neighborliness rather than in the exhausted need to appear flawless. Let the idea of genuine love, sincere without hypocrisy, be a balm. Love that is patient, not forced. Give thought to one small way tomorrow you might show that love, then set it down and allow the plan to rest until daylight. The chapter's practical ethics about hospitality, blessing persecutors, sharing burdens, and living in harmony become tonight's gentle exercises. Rehearse in mind one small, generous act. Imagine yourself doing it with ease, and then tuck that image away like a warm coin in your pocket to reassure you that tomorrow has the capacity for goodness too. If shame or regret rises like old familiar thunder, recall the advice to be transformed by the renewing of the mind. That renewal does not erase the past, but reshapes its hold on you. Imagine a steady, patient craftsman fitting broken pieces back together with care, the seams visible but smoothed with time, the object stronger for what it has endured. Breathe in the possibility that rest is part of that renewing, not a postponement of responsibility, but the wise preparation for being more whole in the morning. When loneliness whispers that you must be more, try the counter-image of community. Even small quiet ties, a neighbor who once offered help, a friend who once listened, form a network that does not require you to be perfect to belong. Let belonging, not achievement, be tonight's first consideration. Feel how that shift loosens the need to measure worth against tomorrow's tasks, making the body more willing to yield to sleep. Think of your daily life as a long, slow garden rather than a series of frantic sprints. Plant small acts of kindness, water patience, prune sharp edges with the scissors of humility, and know that rest is the season that allows the roots to deepen so the next blossom is less fragile. The chapter's many gentle commandments can be read now as bedside practices. A short breath of confession, one small prayer of thanks, a memory of a kindness to replay quietly, a decision to hand over a single fear, each a simple habit that, repeated night after night, trains the heart to settle. Picture the habit forming like a rope coiled neatly on a post. Each time you choose rest over reactivity, you loop the rope closer into a pattern that makes coming back to calm easier. Allow the promise that your small, faithful acts matter to comfort you. Even if the world praises louder goods, your patient choices build a quieter strength that supports you and others in ways unseen but real. As your body responds to these images, scan gently and release tension. Unclench the jaw, roll the shoulders backward and let them fall. Imagine the breath pooling in the lower belly and staying there long enough to cool the racing mind. Invite a closing practice. Breathe slowly and name in one sentence the worry you will lay down. Say it softly, set it like a letter on the table in front of the restful presence, and close your hands as if sealing a small parcel for morning delivery. Feel the relief of being permitted to rest before the work is done, trusting that this rest equips you for tomorrow's duties with clearer thought and steadier hands. Let the last thought be a simple claim from these words. You belong to a patient, renewing grace that asks not for perfection, but for honest presence. You are invited to live differently, to think differently, and tonight, to sleep differently. Breathe in that belonging, breathe out the tension, and allow the slow, steady hush of surrender to carry you into sleep with confidence that small, faithful rest is itself a holy, healing work. Psalm 136. Rest here for a while and let a single, steady refrain settle into your bones. His steadfast love endures forever. Breathe in slowly and let that sentence be the rhythm you follow. Inhale the thought, exhale the small, busied promptings of the mind, and repeat it gently like a lantern swinging in the dark. His steadfast love endures forever. Picture the ancient, slow drum of the world being kept by a hand that never tires. Imagine the tapestry of days, woven not by frantic fingers, but by patient ones that knot and smooth with intention, and hear the psalmist's long chorus as if it were a lullaby passed down through generations to steady restless hearts. Remember the works of the night and the day. Think of a world brought into being with spoken care, the heavens that open like a vast familiar ceiling above you, the firm ground that has held your feet so you did not drift away. Breathe in the wonder that someone who made such things also watches the small angles of your life. Let the litany of creation become a simple catalogue of care. For the maker of the great lights, for the one who separated sea from shore, for the hand that remembered you when you were not yet known. Give thanks with a slow, deliberate inhalation. Breathe out the need to prove your way through the dark. Think of the ways you have been led, through seasons that seemed fierce and through gentle mornings, and imagine each of those moments folded like a soft blanket and placed at the feet of this patient love. If fear comes like a sudden gust, answer with the psalm's steady chorus and feel fear's edge dull. His steadfast love endures forever. Picture deliverance not as a dramatic lightning-struck rescue, but as a careful untying of snarled ropes, small mercies that free your ankle one by one, friends who come at the right hour, lights that blink on when you begin to lose your map. Allow those softer rescues to come into your mind as proof that you are not left to solve every dark thing by yourself. Bring to mind times when a kindness arrived just when you needed it, when provision came softly like a table set, when an unexpected word eased an anxious loop. Count those mercies slowly and let each one be a pebble in the palm you rub until your hand steadies. As you continue breathing, imagine a long list of thank yous flowing like a river. Each thank you a small stone that builds a path across the water so you may walk without sinking. Make a rhythm of it. One breath names a mercy, the next releases a worry, and gradually the chest grows lighter. The psalm remembers deliverance from enemies and from trouble. Translate that for yourself tonight into the personal language of the small battles you fight, the intrusive thought that circles, the waking fear that visits at 2 in the morning, the memory that replayed again and again becomes louder than your day. See those things as temporary tides that recede in the light of a steady shore. You are held by a love that has a longer measure than the midnight alarm. Imagine the arms that do not grow faint leaning beneath your own, supporting you where strength feels thin. Picture that support like a parent's hand, at the small of your back, guiding you down a familiar stair so you do not misstep. The psalm's repeated chorus becomes your metronome. His steadfast love endures forever. Say it softly in your mind. Let it slow the anxious thumps. Let the repetition knit a calm seam through the scattered threads of worry. Think of the life you have lived as a series of nights and mornings already kept. Remember the mornings that followed long ones when you thought dawn would never come, and allow that memory to press gently against the present fear. You have been brought through before, you will be brought through again. If guilt or regret pluck at you, do not wrestle them with bright answers. Instead, lay them down like a dull tool on a wide table and let the craftsperson of mercy look them over in the morning light. Being seen is the first step to being made whole. The psalm also invites simple bodily practices. Relax your jaw, let the shoulders fall. Feel the rise and fall of breath, as if it were the tide being called by a moon that never forgets its rhythm. With each out-breath, imagine something you have been gripping, loosen its hold. A name, a to-do list, a small humiliation. And with each in-breath, receive the soft, steady claim of being kept. Imagine a circle of people you love or who have loved you, names that bring a small warmth. Breathe them in as witnesses to the fact that mercy travels in ordinary forms. Food given, hand held, a lamp kept lit overnight. Let the thought of communal care ease the loneliness that sometimes makes the dark louder. You are not the only one who wakes. You are not the only one who needs a hand. The psalm's long chorus invites a posture of gratitude, so do not rush it. Linger on simple things, a pillow that holds you without judgment, a remembered laugh, a small kindness that reached you unexpectedly, and let each be a token you turn in your mind until their edges are calm. If your plans for tomorrow crowd in, choose one small immediate action to set aside and let everything else rest. Imagine placing tomorrow's list into a small locked box that the morning will open. For now, the night's work is repair and restoration, and repair asks for stillness. Picture the steadfast love as a steady roof over you through the seasons. It does not promise a life without wind, but it promises to be there through the storm. Let that steadiness be enough to soften the impulse to solve every possible outcome before sleep. As the psalm ends with its repeated, unhurried chorus, let that chorus become your bedtime hymn. His steadfast love endures forever. Soften the phrase until it is barely a whisper against the bones, and let the whisper become the last thing you hold as eyelids grow heavy. Breathe in the refrain one more time. Feel it settle like a warm cloth across the chest. Breathe out and surrender the small, sharp anxieties that have been keeping you alert. Trust that the same enduring love that ordered stars and fed the hungering also watches your small particular night. Stay here as long as you need, repeating the chorus with patient breaths, letting the rhythm of gratitude and release steady you, and when sleep finally comes, let it carry you on the quiet tide of a love that is constant, measured, and wide enough to hold all the small pieces of your life until morning light arrives. John 6. Come close and let a steady story settle over you like an evening sky. Imagine a crowded shore where bodies have worn thin with walking and hearts have grown loud with need, and see a small boy who offers what he has, 2 fish and 5 loaves, set into hands that multiply care into plenty. Let that scene be the evening's first proof that provision arrives in surprising, ordinary packages, that your smallness is not an obstacle to being tended, and that sometimes the very thing you imagine is too little becomes enough when placed into a care that knows how to give. Breathe that picture in slowly. Breathe out the habit of measuring worth by what you can produce alone. Notice how the crowd is fed until there is a gentle abundance, how leftovers are gathered not to be squandered, but to show the quiet economy of a love that does not run out. Carry that image into your chest and allow it to smooth the tight angles of the day. What felt like scarcity can be held differently when you remember one small shared loaf can feed many when offered into wise hands. The story shifts and the sea becomes part of the hush. The disciples' boat is buffeted by wind while their teacher goes up the mountain to pray. They are out on the water, and the night is thick, yet a presence comes walking on the waves, moving through what seemed impossible with a calm that does not startle but steadies. Let that image enter the place where you feel unsteady tonight. A quiet step across what you thought would overwhelm you. Imagine the sound of soft words spoken over the creak of the boat. A phrase not to stir alarm, but to reorient. Do not be afraid. Know that a steady one moves toward you even through the tumult. Breathe slowly with that promise. Feel how the chest can loosen when you picture feet that cross your own troubled waters to reach you, not to fix you with a harsh command, but to stand beside you, to invite calm into the place your mind had turned into a storm. From the shore to the waves, the narrative comes home to a close, faithful invitation. Jesus declares himself the bread of life, an offering that satisfies what hunger truly is. Hear it not as abstract doctrine, but as a bedside reassurance. The hungers that wake you, longing for meaning, the ache of loneliness, the gnaw of anxious doubt, are not beyond being met by a presence whose provision is not merely for body, but for the deeper hungers of the soul. Picture a humble table set in a quiet room, a single loaf that, when tasted, steadies the appetite for frantic searching. Let that table be the mental place you return to when lists surge and the mind demands 1,000 steps to safety. Taste that imagined bread with a breath. Inhale the thought that you are allowed to ask for nourishment. Exhale the reflex to keep scavenging through the night for answers you do not yet have. The teaching moves gentle and precise. Whoever comes to this bread will never hunger. Whoever believes will have life that endures. And if the words press too loudly, soften them into a personal practice. Say inwards, I can come, I can receive, and let that quiet phrase be the small rope you pull when worry threatens to climb higher. There is also the harder honesty of the crowd, who once followed for loaves and lingered when the teaching became deeper. Some turned away when the invitation demanded more than appetite for ease. If part of you resists the invitation to rest, because it imagines rest must be earned by frantic striving, notice that friction without judgment and return gently to the warmth of the earlier images. The boy's unassuming offering, the walking on the storm, the loaf that steadies the inside. Allow this soft repetition to retrain the night's reflex. Instead of proving you must stay awake to manage tomorrow, practice handing a single worry over for now. Name it, breathe it in, and place it somewhere safe in the story you have imagined. The disciples' response, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life, is not an argument for perfect faith, but a reminder that when all other options feel brittle, returning to a reliable presence steadies the heart. If doubt whispers that you are beyond receiving, answer by picturing the hands that multiplied loaves taking yours, smoothing the rough edges as they go, converting small, honest bread into a feast, not by your deserving, but by a steady intention to feed. Practice a small repeated breath with this image. Breathe in the possibility of being fed in your need. Breathe out the tired duty of having to already be strong. The chapter's rhythm invites a slow reorientation from scarcity, thinking to trust practice. Begin with noticing one small sign of provision you encountered today. A cup given, a door opened, a kind word, and name it gently, letting gratitude be the counterweight to the night's loud what-ifs. Gratitude here is not a demand for brightness, but a tool that reshapes the mind's focus from empty tables to the evidence of a table already set in small ways. There is tenderness in how this text understands following. Some follow for the bread alone, while others learn to follow to the source of the bread, to the one whose presence shapes what true nourishment is. Let that become an inward test. Are you pursuing relief or companionship? If it's relief, notice the shortfall and hand it over. If it's companionship you seek, lean into the imagined room where the steady presence waits. and stay there a while without performance. The chapter also acknowledges that teaching can be demanding, and that faithful following sometimes costs a change of appetite. If that feels risky, remember that the cost is not for punishment, but for deep wellness, a pruning that lets the inner life bear more fruit over time. Imagine the pruning sensation not as loss, but as a soft trimming that lightens the branches enough for air and light. Breathe into the small absence with trust that something new is shaping quietly. The narrative ends with a choice made by the disciples to stay, a simple human decision rooted in experience. Peter's count of what they have seen and known becomes a claim that can hold you tonight. You have the words of life. We have seen you. Anchor yourself with that testimony by recalling one small time when help arrived in a shape you recognized. Let the memory be a lamp you return to whenever your mind invents larger darkness. As you lie here, build a few tiny practices from the chapter's scenes. 1. Imagine offering the smallest thing of yourself, one breath, one honest word, to the steady presence and trusting it will be multiplied into meaning. 2. When the sea within you stirs, picture a steady foot crossing whatever fears keep you awake. 3. When appetite for answers drives you to frantic planning, picture a shared table where what you genuinely need will be given in time. Use those practices as anchors to come back to again and again until they form a new habit of resting. Let the rhythm of your breathing match the slow unfolding of the story. In for the offering, out for the receiving, in for the step across the waters, out for the calming beside you. In for the bread tasted, out for the quiet of trust. As you repeat this rhythm, allow the mind to slow its tight rotations, noticing how each breath returns you to the carrying image of being fed and held. If intrusive thoughts return, do not wrestle them into absence. Gently name them, smile softly at their persistence as you might at a neighbor who keeps knocking too late, and then return your attention to the table, the boy's small gift, the foot on the water, images that are both humble and astonishing. Picture the leftovers gathered into baskets as gentle proof that abundance leaves room to spare. Perhaps your current anxieties are not erased, but arranged into a new order by morning's steady hand. Let gratitude weave through the ending of the chapter like a quiet thread. Thankfulness not as a performance, but as a soft notice of the ways you have been held, however small. An unexpected kindness, a moment of clarity, a breath that came easier. Keep breathing that thanks in slow cycles until the chest melts its tension into the bed's support and your hands relax. Finally, claim one short sentence from the scene as your little bedside creed. There is enough for the deepest hungers. Repeat it once in each slow breath for a few cycles. Inhale, hold the phrase, exhale, and let the words sink into the muscles that have clenched through the day. As sleep comes, imagine the story carrying on kindly in the dark. Loaves being multiplied for unknown crowds, feet steady across uncertain waters, a presence that stays close and that meets real hunger with the right thing at the right time. Rest now in that unfolding care. Let the chapter's simple, sustaining images be the last things in your mind as you drift, softer than worry and truer than the night's loudest alarms, until sleep gathers you like dusk wrapping a field, and the morning brings back what rests well in its gentle light. John 17. Hear now a quiet prayer spoken just for you. Imagine the night air holding a voice that leans in close and speaks with a steady, loving intent. Father, keep them safe in your name, and let that simple petition be the first thing you welcome into your ears as you settle down. Picture a hand folding over the small, anxious places of your heart, a hand that will not pull away, and feel the immediate easing that comes when someone powerful and tender takes responsibility for your night's unrest. In this prayer, the speaker remembers every person by name, not as a crowd, but as those entrusted to his care, and he asks that they might be kept, held, and preserved from the snare of fear and from the small, insistent urgencies that make sleep thin. Imagine those worries like moths at a candle, fluttering loud but harmless once the flame is safely guarded. Breathe slowly as you picture them settling, one by one, while the hand that watches does not sleep. There is in the request a desire for sanctity and for truth to touch your mind, not to make you perfect for the sake of praise, but to set you apart gently from the frantic rhythms of the world so your heart can find a quieter music. Think of truth as a warm lamp placed on your bedside table, its light narrow and steady enough to show the next safe step without glaring into every imagined hazard. The prayer asks also for unity, a togetherness that is not loud or performative but intimate and calm, a soft binding of hearts that keeps one another company in the hush of life. Imagine sitting in a small room with others who love you, a circle of quiet faces whose existence alone soothes you, their presence like a steady beat matching your pulse until your breath slows. In the middle of this petition, there is a promise of joy completed, a fullness that does not demand a perfect day but finds its shape even in the frayed edges of ordinary hours. Breathe in the idea that joy can be fulfilled in the deepest places without removing painful things, and exhale the pressure to manufacture happiness now. Let contentment arrive like dusk, gradual and sure. The voice goes on to ask that you be kept from the evil that prowls at night, not to frighten you but to calm you, to remind you that unseen hazards do not have final authority over the small rooms of your mind. Picture a protective light around your bed, a threshold guarded so that even if unsettling images come, they cannot cross the boundary into the steady core where you are being held. There is an unhurried tenderness in the request that you be made holy by truth, for truth here is not a blunt instrument, but a careful teacher that makes straight the crooked ways of worry. Imagine truth entering like a cool breath into a fevered chest, smoothing ragged thinking into lines you can follow without tripping. Rest in the thought that you are not being prayed for as an abstract idea, but as someone whose life matters in the small details, the sleeper who worries about bills, the parent who cannot stop replaying the day, the person whose mind sharpens at midnight, each of you called to a place of sustained care. The prayer keeps circling back to belonging, that you might be with the one who prays, that you might behold a face that knows you completely. Picture being shown a seat at a long, quiet table, where your name is already spoken with affection, where the lamp is warm and the cup steady, and let that image calm the reflex to rehearse what must be accomplished before morning. There is a longing here for protection, and for a deep oneness that surpasses simple companionship. It is the image of being folded into a family so profound that fear loses its grip simply because the night is shared. Let your shoulders sink as you imagine the weight of solitary vigilance being taken by other hands, gently and without fuss. The prayer also speaks of a return to the source of all life, a coming home that is not a far-off destination, but a present possibility of being kept in the tender attention of one who has gone before. Consider that returning not as an obligation, but as a restful path you can walk step by patient step. The next breathing space governed by trust, rather than by an exhausting checklist. Listen for the repeated refrain of being guarded from the world's sharp edges. This guarding is not a removal from reality, but a softening of its grip, so that your heart can behave like a room with curtains closed, where the heat of daylight's demands is paused and the body can cool into sleep. As you lie back, let the cadence of the prayer become your slow metronome, a petition for keeping, a wish for truth, a plea for unity, a hope for joy. Each line a finger pressing you gently into the mattress of present reality, anchoring you to what is faithful. Practice a few slow breaths with each petition. Breathe in while imagining the one who prays saying your name. Breathe out, letting go of one particular fret, perhaps a strained conversation, perhaps an unfinished task, and feel the small relief as that item slides from tense hands into the waiting palm of care. The prayer's tenderness reaches further still. It remembers the world without being overwhelmed by it, asking that the ones prayed for might be kept from corruption, yet remain present to help others find peace. Imagine yourself, in the soft morning after this night, being steadier for someone else's burden simply because your own was met with help in the dark. There is a humility here that eases perfectionism. The request is not that you be flawless, but that you be protected and known enough to grow toward wholeness. Picture growth not as a harsh expectation, but as a slow light that expands the field of view until what once seemed urgent becomes manageable. The voice concludes with a restful confidence in being seen and in the future of being together. And you can let that confidence be the last echo you hold as drowsiness comes. Imagine the day's harsh outlines blurring like distant hills in soft rain, while the presence that has prayed remains like a close, familiar silhouette offering a place to rest. Stay with the warmth of belonging, the secure boundary of protection, the lamp of truth and the circle of quiet friends. Let them weave through your breathing until the loops of worry unthread and the mind finds a tender stillness. If thoughts insist on returning, do not scold yourself. Instead, breathe and rest again in the single claim that someone has already spoken your name into the night and asked for you to be kept. Let that claim soften the jaw, loosen the shoulders and slow the pulse. Allow sleep to come as the natural continuation of being held, a gentle yielding rather than a defeated surrender. Tonight, accept this prayer as your companion. You are kept, you are known. You are being made whole in small, patient ways, and you are invited into a togetherness that makes the dark less lonely. Rest now, and let that steady, loving plea, spoken for you, be the last thing you carry into sleep. 1 Peter 5. Come close and breathe with me for a few slow moments. Imagine someone who has walked through hard nights and gentle mornings, putting a steady hand on your shoulder and saying, "Be humble before God. Rest in the fact that you are seen," and let that line settle like a lamp at the edge of your bed. Picture humility not as shrinking, but as finding the right posture to receive care, a gentle bow of the heart that opens like a window to let light in. As you inhale, feel the invitation to lay down the armor of urgent proving. As you exhale, place a single worry into an open palm and let it be carried away. The passage asks you to cast all your anxieties on one who cares. Imagine your concerns gathered like small stones in your pockets. Take them out one by one, name them softly in a whisper, and hand them over. See them placed on a broad table, where they are not judged but kept until morning, and notice how the chest relaxes as weight leaves your hands. Think of the one who tends you not as distant, but as a shepherd, who knows the sound of your breathing and keeps watch through the hours when sleep feels thin. There is a tenderness here for those who lead and for those who follow. Leaders are urged to shepherd gently, to care without lording it over, and the rest of us are invited to accept that care with trust rather than anxiety. Picture a small circle of steady friends or a single companion by the bedside who will not demand a perfect account of your night, but will sit and watch quietly while your breathing slows. Let humility be a garment you put on now, soft, worn in, the kind that does not itch when you lie down. And let pride be the coat you hang on a peg, knowing you can pick it up again tomorrow, if needed, but not tonight. When the mind wants to rehearse every possible problem, breathe and say, "I hand this over for now," and let the rhythm of handing over become a practiced, soothing motion. In, name the worry. Out, set it down. In, feel the palm of care. Out, accept the calm. The chapter also warns that the world will test patience and that a quieter kind of watchfulness is needed. Be alert but not alarmed. Watch the small patterns of fear like passing clouds and return gently to the steady horizon. Imagine the adversary's alarms as a stray wind at the door, noticeable but not strong enough to blow it in, and feel the calm that comes when you refuse to chase every gust into the night. If temptation or worry comes with a familiar voice, picture it as a bell in the distance, and choose not to follow its sound. Instead, breathe and bring your attention back to the quiet pulse of the present. There is a promise that when you have suffered a little while, a longer kindness will follow, Envision this suffering not as an endless storm, but as a brief, sharp weather that the one who knows how to mend lives will work through, turning rough edges into something softer by morning. Let that hope be your anchor. Even if you cannot see the end of the hard now, imagine hands that will restore, support, strengthen, and establish you. Hands that do not hurry, but know the exact touch needed to set you right. See yourself being steadied like a small boat, taken in from a blustery shore, and tied to a dock where ropes are strong and the water is calm. Allow the image to still the churn inside. The chapter draws together both care and courage. Cast your cares, clothe yourself in humility, stand firm in the quiet strength given to you, and resist the quick, loud alarms that want you to react in panic. Picture resistance as simply the act of returning to breath, a slow, deliberate cycle that trains the heart to stand under pressure without collapsing. Practice now a small rhythm. Breathe in the phrase, "I hand this over." Hold for a gentle count. Breathe out, "I am received," and repeat until your muscles remember the motion and the mind stops repeating the noisy list. Think of God's power as the sturdy hand that does not flinch when you are fragile. Rest in the conviction that you are held in a power both wise and tender, one that will lift you at the right time. Let gratitude quietly gather as you recall small mercies from the day, a warm drink, a kind word, a brief laugh, and allow those memories to be tiny lamps along the path towards sleep. If shame or regret returns, do not feed it with fierce denial. Instead, place it beside the other stones on the table and let it be seen and reshaped by the steady care you have handed your burdens to. The text invites a patient vigilance that is restful rather than frantic. Be sober-minded but tender with yourself, watchful without paranoia, humble without self-loathing. Imagine the rhythm of night being a teacher. Tonight's surrender is practice for tomorrow's steadiness. See yourself under a canopy of quiet stars, each small light a promise that you are not the only one who has been kept through dark hours, that countless others have laid down their loads and found dawn with hands steadier than the night warranted. Stay here a while, breathing with the cadence of handing over and receiving, the in-breath a gentle offering, the out-breath a release into waiting hands. Let the image of a shepherd tending a small flock accompany you. He walks close enough to hear a strained breath, quiet enough not to startle sleep, patient enough to wait until morning. Hold that picture as your last conscious companion. You are known, you are cared for. Your anxieties are not too many or too small to be taken, and rest is a wise, holy thing to practice. As your eyes grow heavy, allow the final thought to be simple and true. Cast your cares, be humble, stand in the strength that is given to you, and let this gentle truth carry you into sleep like a steady, kindly tide. Romans 8. 1. There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. 2. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus hath made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin, condemned sin in the flesh, for that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. 5. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit the things of the Spirit. 6. For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. 7. Because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. 8. So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God. 9. But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if so be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. 10. So, and if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin, but the Spirit is life because of righteousness. 11. But if the Spirit of him that raised up Jesus from the dead dwell in you, he that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal bodies by his Spirit that dwelleth in you. 12. Therefore, brethren, we are debtors, not to the flesh, to live after the flesh. 13. For if ye live after the flesh, ye shall die. But if ye through the Spirit do mortify the deeds of the body, ye shall live. 14. For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. 15. For ye have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear, but ye have received the Spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. 16. The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. 17. And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ, if so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together. 18. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. 19. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. 20. For the creature was made subject to vanity, not willingly, but by reason of him who hath subjected the same in hope. 21. Because the creature itself also shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption into the glorious liberty of the children of God. 22. For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. 23. And not only they, but ourselves also, which have the first fruits of the Spirit, even we ourselves groan within ourselves, waiting for the adoption, to wit, the redemption of our body. 24. For we are saved by hope, but hope that is seen is not hope. For what a man seeth, why doth he yet hope for? 25. But if we hope for that we see not, then do we with patience wait for it. 26. Likewise the Spirit also helpeth our infirmities, for we know not what we should pray for as we ought. But the Spirit itself maketh intercession for us with groanings which cannot be uttered. 27. And he that searcheth the hearts knoweth what is the mind of the Spirit, because he maketh intercession for the saints according to the will of God. 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. 29. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. 30. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called, and whom he called, them he also justified, and whom he justified, them he also glorified. 31. What shall we then say to these things? If God be for us, who can be against us? 32. He that spared not his own Son, but delivered him up for us all, how shall he not with him also freely give us all things? 33. Who shall lay anything to the charge of God's elect? It is God that justifieth. 34. Who is he that condemneth? It is Christ that died, yea rather that is risen again, who is even at the right hand of God, who also maketh intercession for us. 35. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword? 36. As it is written, For thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are accounted as sheep for the slaughter. 37. Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. 38. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come. 39. Nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord.